Okay, guys, I'm trading on live.
The heck was that?
Cypher School exists for exactly this moment.
Bitcoin is going to zero.
Bruh.
You trolling us, Dbloc?
Bruh.
I'm back, yo. You tell me. Everybody's got to answer that question differently. You already know what you think is going to happen right now, right? Whether it's up or down. My question to you is, when you flip the chart, does that change anything? Right? If you think it's going to pump right now, do you think it's going to dump here? If yes, then your bias is in check. If you think it's going to pump here and you think it's going to pump here, then you need to check your bias. If you think it's going to dump here because it looks bearish, and then you flip it and this looks bearish too, then you need to check your bias. Right? Just make sure that it's the same no matter how you look at it. To me, it's exactly the same. We're still inside the symmetrical trap. Don't let the mirage fool you. Right? The second that that liquidity sweep was over, price went back to exactly the same price action. I mean, exactly the same price action. If you don't change a single thing and you keep Bitcoin doing what it was doing before that pump, you just bring it down to where it would have been. Price just went right back to normal. Let me check, because when everything turned off, maybe Discord got messed up. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Mic check. We good on Discord?
Yes.
All right.
I can hear you.
Cool. So, I know it's a weird concept, but we're finishing up that symmetrical. We're just doing it up here instead of down here. Af, what's going on, brother? W 16 months. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume, yo. Pre-pump volume. We're lower than pre-pump volume. When we're sitting here going sideways, hating life, we had more volume than we do now. It's not really volume divergent. I mean, price went up when it went up, and we haven't really, we just basically been going sideways as volume has been going sideways, but it's not supported, right? Like if you want it to go up, people have to step in. Has to be some sort of interest. I mean, it wasn't even choppy the way the volume died. It just literally just rolled over. There is decent reason to go up and grab those licks. And that's just the ones up there. Take all the ones here into consideration. But that's not the point. The point is the push up was an exit for somebody. And if that person is gone, then who's going to buy the Bitcoin? Right? Because we know it's not market maker. Market maker didn't invalidate his own 3-day. A market maker has little to no reason to go up. All his motivation is to get his liquidity cycle taken care of for next week. Right? That's the point of the 3-day down. The false move up creates the liquidity. The 3-day down harvests the liquidity. At the end of the 3-day, market maker's cash rich, and he has enough money to set his traps on Friday. And then they run it again. They run it again. So a move up, even though there are liquidations here, would be counterproductive for market maker unless the intention was to just grab it, and go or something like that. But so in other words, this is going to count on whales coming in and pushing price, or retail getting excited and coming in and pushing price, which means that we have to watch volume is all we have. And the volume currently is not there. Yeah. Yeah. Same market makers, different time frames. Each exchange, right, has its own market. Just think of them as liquidity providers. They have offices, opening, closing hours, corporate softball games, all that bullshit. This is corporate structure. They work together to not step on each other's toes. Yeah. You got to remember that it's not for profit, right? They run delta neutral strategies. Now they make profits off the spread, obviously, but they get paid from exchanges to do a job, which is to bring balance to the order book. So if market maker A needs to bring balance to the order book, just because it's off session doesn't mean market maker B doesn't have to bring that same balance. Right. So one hurting the other would hurt themselves. They're tied together by they're tied together by their motivation, right? Unlike whales. Like whales are the ones that'll chop each other up and go to war and Well, there's two different types of market makers, right? There's dedicated market makers and there's your AMMs or your automatic market makers. Brand new coins, when they come out, they have a market maker that's their market maker, right? That's their algo for their market maker. And that market maker gets paid to support the price of the coin so that it doesn't just collapse on launch. But once it goes to exchanges, the exchanges have dedicated market makers that work to keep the order book in balance. Yeah, we've had plenty of really interesting whale wars for sure. Even whales like to swim together. Like the whale war usually starts because there's a whale that's not following the game plan. Right? You got a rogue whale that's coming in, throwing his money around and just making it difficult for everybody else. So they just take them out. Usually it's some tarant with new money. Yeah. Doesn't understand that you can't just, you know, buy $1 billion on market. Imagine you and your well friends are trying to get rid of a couple bill at a certain level, right? And you're like doing it very slowly. You've got your order block. You've come up a couple times. You've paid to bring price back up a couple times to get back to that OB so you can sell off. And then here comes some random just sells $3 billion and gives you slippage all the way down, gets you stuck in your bag. Weren't able to get rid of the whole thing. Nah, we need to stop immediately and focus on this guy and take him out. And then we'll get back to business. Why do you think all the major whale wars we've seen have been on hyperliquid? Because you can see everybody's order, right? You know where their liquidation is. The easiest thing in the world for 6 or 7 whales to get together and be like, let's liquidate this dude. Liquidation's at so and so. Right? Let's run it, get him out of there, and then we'll go back to whatever. No, market makers' algos are always on. Right? The thing is that the algorithms are preset and there's nobody at the wheel. So algorithms are a little bit easier to overwhelm than, say, active market maker hours. If you're in active market maker hours and the algo gets overwhelmed, they reset the algo. They'll add money to the books. They'll act in real time. In between sessions is when whales like to play because that's sort of the easiest time. If they're going to move the market, that's when market makers at its quote unquote weakest. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta grab this call. All right, I'm back. For me, no. For me, once we invalidate the 3-day, I play the rest of the 3 days by momentum, even if it just wicks up. Right. One, you're not gonna miss the 3-day down if you're playing by momentum because the momentum is gonna show you anyways, right? But two, it keeps you from relying on market maker being in control the second that he shows a little bit of weakness until he proves it again. For me, proves it again means we get a midweek reversal. Right? Let's say it does go down, right? That doesn't prove it to me. What proves it to me is we reverse on Wednesday or Thursday. That shows me that he's back in control. The reason I say it is a move up like this, like I'm not saying this is what it is now, but a move up like this that invalidates a 3-day could literally be just a whale trying to dump off into these liquidations, right? Which means that you do end up getting the 3-day down anyways. But it's not because market makers chasing targets, it's because whale sold off. So I don't like to assume that a movement is market maker if there is any possibility that it isn't. Or there's a, probability that it isn't, just to be safe. But yeah, there's been plenty of times where the 3-day down gets invalidated and you end up going down anyways, or the 3-day up gets invalidated and you end up going up anyways. Yeah, I just rather err on the side of caution. You know what I mean? I think what happens is that it opens up the door for for you to see what you want to see. The momentum will prove it. Like right now, momentum wise, we haven't lost momentum on the 5-minute. We're still above. 13's above. We just held the 50. We're back above the 13. If you were scalping here, oh my bad, I don't have the surf indicator up. Sorry about that. Right, if you're trading momentum here, you don't really see anything yet that is giving you pause. Unless you're on the 1-minute. Or then you've been chopped up a couple times up here, probably. Yeah. But you took profit higher than we are, so that's cool. And then if you look at the 15, then obviously we are still quite bullish from the false move. Or the move up, whatever you want to call it now. I think you had a little bit of, yeah. Got sent to the beach here for like a couple seconds. You sure it's not the 10-10 wick that you're looking at? I'm not seeing anything crazy. I got you, Pastor. My bad. I didn't realize I didn't have it on there. now. Just happened in price. How the hell did we get back here?
Hey Dbloc, how you going, man?
Yo,
Hey,
what's going on, bro?
yeah, uh, choppy price, isn't it? I'm not in trade, but yeah, fake moves up. I'm just working on my stuff, man.
Just a
That's
bunch of
all.
choppy bullshit.
Yeah, trying to make people bullish in a bear market. Just wait patiently. Just have to wait. Yeah, I'm just flat out, man, applying for jobs and working on my project. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, Mike, I'm trying to get it figured out, bro. I'm trying to get everything back up.
Yo, Dbloc. Hello,
What-
hello.
What's going on, brother?
Question. Um, Technically speaking, would you consider this to be like the 3-day down be already invalidated, or
Yeah.
you still can like wake out?
Nah, for me it's invalidated because we're over. Doesn't mean we don't go down, but if we go down, I'm trading momentum. I'm not just assuming market makers in control until he proves it. In my opinion, market maker could have very easily filled the books and kept that squeeze from happening, but he didn't. So to me, that's suspicious. I'm going to assume that he lost control and not that he has some sort of master plan, because that would be presumptuous of me, right? The good thing about trading momentum is it doesn't matter who's in control. If market makers in control, you'll see it through momentum, right? If whales are in control, then they're going to trade momentum regardless. So all it means is 3 days of playing the charts. We don't have the benefit of directionality.
Good evening, sir. 459 notes indexed, all present and accounted for.
Do me a favor. Go check on MobiBot and see BTC transactions over the last 12 hours. Tell me if anything stands out.
What was it? Mobi BTC.
Checked in on Captain Ahab. Sir, feeds fresh. Running right up to 1930 Universal Time coordinated today. The real story isn't native BTC at all. It's wrapped Bitcoin. That same origin wallet, 0xBBBB, FFCB, fired off the identical 5,306 WBTC chunk, roughly $343 million, 3 separate times between 1720 and 1904, plus another repeating 1,010 WBTC, $65M, parcel bouncing out to different addresses 4 times in the window. That pattern screams exchange, or custodian rebalancing rather than one whale quietly accumulating. Genuine whales don't usually recycle the exact same lot size on a loop like that. Native on-chain BTC was comparatively sleepy, just a $4.9 million and a $9 million transfer between unlabeled wallets, nothing to lose sleep over.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That move today, hold on, let me put your eyes on so you can see what I'm talking about. But yeah, I was under the assumption that this move was just a liquidity sweep. Meaning it took out a fair chunk of liquidations and then price just literally went flat again as soon as we took it out.
Oh, I do actually get to see this one live with you, sir. Rather delightful having the same eyes on the tape rather than working blind. Price broke above the descending trend line and is now consolidating in a narrowing range at resistance around 64,696. Watch for a breakdown below that level or a clean break above to confirm direction. And yes, that red holds up. Your own Cypher Intel panel is flashing, scalping, UP, but flagging, no volume, right underneath it, which is exactly the fingerprint of a sweep. A sharp poke up through 64,900 to clear stops, then straight back to grinding flat around 64,650 to 64,700 with no real conviction behind it. No fresh volume, no follow through, just liquidity hunted and the market shrugging afterward. Textbook trap, not a trend. Price is consolidating in a tight symmetrical triangle at resistance, 64,696, with a false move expires, note marked. This suggests the breakout direction matters immediately if volume follows through either way. Price just broke below the descending trendline support on the right side of the chart, after testing it multiple times. Watch for confirmation of continuation, or a reversal from here.
Take a look at Cypher indicator in the corner and tell me what that tells you.
Price is testing the upper band of a descending wedge after a sharp pump, with the 3-day down invalid signal and a false move expires label. Watch if this breaks above resistance or rolls over. Reading the Decipher HUD, sir. The live signal itself is sitting on neutral await, it's not telling you to do anything yet. Underneath that, momentum's mixed. The one genuinely interesting bit is the macro row, DXY is flagged as weakness, bullish wind for crypto, and USDT.D is exiting, meaning money's flowing out of stablecoins into coins. So the bigger picture backdrop is friendly even while price chops sideways on no real volume. In short, it agrees with your sweep read, noise and chop right now, wait for actual effort before trusting a direction. BTC rejecting hard at the descending trendline resistance after the recent pump. Watch if it holds or breaks through here. The false move expires, label suggests this move is being questioned. Same live signal still parked on neutral await. The 1M trend
What happened?
macro backdrop.
I appreciate you, Miss Moneypenny. You can go back into the ether now. What was that, Coco?
Were we supposed to be hearing what she was saying?
You guys couldn't hear that? You should be able.
Like you're doing like 1% volume. It's like in the background.
Oh, maybe
It's
it's
not
like
coming through.
super low or something. My bad. Yeah, I was just
It's-
putting her through a little test. She just got her eyes recently, so I'm trying to get trying to make sure that she sees what she's supposed to see when she looks at the charts.
On my Discord, I was hearing that just as loud as you are, if not louder.
Yeah, YouTube said they heard. I'm surprised because it's up.
It sounded like it was coming through a room microphone. You could just hear it faintly on Discord.
I have your
That's
screen
weird.
open and I can hear it. I could hear it clearly with your screen
Ah.
open.
There you go.
I just want you know, I mean, AI can look at the chart and just read what you have. Right? There's a lot of indicators. There's a lot of data for them just to read. It's the next step. It's the taking the data and coming to the conclusion that I'm trying to train her on.
The synthesis. and
Yeah,
the
just
inference,
I want
yeah.
her to understand what a sweep looks like and to get to it on her own. Because I could have easily been like, this is what it like. So like I'm like, hey, what do you see? Okay, now what do you see here? Okay, now what does that
Perception
typically
engine.
mean? You know?
I should give you access to my repos. I've got a massive matrix as well of all these data sources and synthesis engine.
I gotta slow
It's been
down,
so
bro.
long.
I'm burning this recent project. I'm burning through tokens on a daily basis, and 90% of that shit are API calls. I'm gonna need a local model soon. You get a cheap Chinese local model.
Google's pretty expensive. Google can be expensive for some of its
I'm
models.
using
and
Claude
it
for
does a
most
lot.
of the agentic stuff. Google is Google's good because I can get the bots on Google to do a certain amount without it costing anything really. Like they've got some pretty good workarounds over there. But for Claude and for like
Oh, so you're using the Anthropic token for Claude and your subscription for coding, but the token burns shit like. I don't really use Claude for the agentic stuff. It's way too expensive. I'd rather. Yeah, we should chat about this stuff, but
I've saved
some point.
myself probably about 80%. Like I've got so much shit in there, like way past just like prompt caching, sort of save
Of
tokens.
course, dude.
But
Yeah, of course.
I'm doing a lot, right? This last project has been really Miss Moneypenny. That's been really, let's just say, ambitious.
Yeah, my project's ambitious. I'm trying to build a Tesla car and an iPhone, but my TA stuff has been parked a bit. I'm building the most complicated perception engine there is on the planet on a freaking iPhone, $600 iPhone. So.
What I want, the reason that I want, so like I gave her the other day, I gave her autonomy where she can speak without being spoken to, right? But we're still working on what would make her do that. So what I want to do is, yeah, recognize the sweep without having to see the chart, just on the data alone, right? Because then you can process, 200 coins at once. And if there's a liquidity sweep anywhere in the market, she can just butt in and say, hey, you might want to take a look at so-and-so.
You could
You
do
know?
something on, you could do some training on that, machine learning. You could actually pre-train that a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's been good. It's been good. I have to like coax it a little bit. Like I've got to get her out of just see and describe mode and get into like the actual thinking. Like you literally have to be like, okay, now what does that mean? Like, you know, like when you're teaching, like when you're teaching a kid.
Oh yeah, I know. I had the other bot in Discord, and I just sit in my room, in the room by myself for hours and days. People drop in, what are you doing? I'm just like, just training. Yeah, I kind of parked the TA bit at the moment because I'm just so flat out on this and applying for work. I want to be doing more on my TA briefing, but there's only so many projects you can work.
Yeah, all I really
You
need.
told us to actually go to the website. I was like, wait, which website? Say again.
Oh no, yeah, I was talking to him. So I've got it to where, so I've got the bots. they report in the Discord, but she can go in and read any of their reports, right? So I told her to go into Moby's reports and find out over the last 12 hours if there was anything. And my suspicions were correct. There wasn't a whole shit ton of money that came in. There was a lot of money moved. There was exchange. We've been watching that same wallet. That's why she brought it up. We've been watching that same wallet for like 4 days. But it was the sweep. I mean, the sweep is what created the volatility. Yeah, it's hot as hell here too, bro. I'm American, so I don't know what 40 degrees is. You know, because the whole
that's 112.
Shit. That can't be right. That math gotta be off.
No, it's double, so that's 80 plus 32.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah, I used to know that at one point. Hey, look, it's the American public school system. Okay.
Well, no, I just remember it because I have to work it out on Discord if I tell you the weather.
Half a football field.
What kind of football?
Well, not the soccer.
Not the soccer.
The American one.
Hey, I'll have you know,
With the eagle.
they had a blast when they came over here for World Cup. I heard nothing but good things from people who came over. Actually, kind of proud that nothing crazy happened. I was worried. Like this is gonna end badly if they go back with horror stories just confirming what they already thought about the United States, you know?
You can't be as bad as British, European soccer fans. That
No, not even close. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Not even.
Bro, there might be a fight in the stands between like 2 people. Maybe 3 or 4 if it's a rowdy day. But nah, you're not setting shit on fire and popping flares and freaking. I saw a 300 v 300 fight in the stands, and there was SWAT police in the middle, and they just acted like they weren't even there, bro. They just swallowed up the police and went at it. It's like, bro, the game hasn't even started. The rest of the world borrows money from Japan to buy shit. Borrow money from Japan for 1% and get 5% on bonds, right? Or buy S&P or buy Bitcoin. So when the currency that you borrowed to get into the position you're in starts to flop, then it costs you more to pay off your debt. And if that happens at the same time that the underlying asset that you're holding is also going down, then you're getting hit doubly. Right? You're getting hit from both ends. Your repayment is getting more expensive, and the asset you have to sell to make your repayment is losing value.
If you borrow money from Japan and the Japanese dollar goes down, that costs you more.
Yeah.
Japanese dollar. Oh, you Americans.
Hey, that wasn't an American that said it. I'll take the blame when it's our fault. But that was him.
See, but everyone's used to the dollar everywhere. Australian dollar, New
Yeah.
Zealand dollar. There's a dollar these days.
Yeah. JPY.
Hey, listen, until somebody takes over as the world reserve currency, that's just how it's gonna be. Don't worry, we're getting to that point. All right, we're still looking for confirmation of a momentum shift on the 5 minutes since we are trading momentum. 13 has not crossed. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the effect. People start to make decisions, you know, and it's happening at a time where everybody was trying to hold their position for as long as possible because, you know, super cycle and stock market isn't going to stop going up for 3 years and all that. AI can't be stopped. It should. But that decision starts to become a little easier if, and remember, people don't think it's a big deal because it's a small, tiny percent, but a small, tiny percent of billions and billions and billions of dollars is, that shit adds up. The more interesting part for me is the Bank of Japan saying this isn't going to be like every other unwind. Like, don't expect the access to loans and cheap money to be there like it's always been in the past. Like, I think they might be, you got to understand, Japan has been, for lack of a better word, shitting on their own people to provide cheap money to the world, right, as their answer to sort of prop their economy up. But the damage they've done to the yen is, like, that shit should be criminal. So, in my opinion, what they're doing is they're circling the wagons. And we started it. I mean, people don't understand. Like, they think it's just one thing, right? But if you rewind, right, let's go back to COVID. We cut off their we used to provide ballistic missiles and air defense and all that shit, right? We cut off all of their air defense, all of their missiles. They literally had to start a missile program that they didn't have because they just used to buy ours. Because we forced them to do that, they're now in first place in the world for hypersonic missiles, though. Right? Because they were forced to do that. Then we go to war in Iran, and they're the number 2 most affected country energy-wise. Right? So we force them to, and they're the largest I guess I should rewind. They're the largest bondholder, right? And that's because they have to buy their energy from the Strait. They have to buy their oil from the Strait. And in the Strait, you need dollars to buy oil. They don't hold dollars, they hold bonds because they can get yield on bonds and the dollar gets debased. So we forced them to go outside of the US dollar to get oil, and they sold off our bonds. And then we freaked out when they said that when they started selling off our bonds. And then we did that stupid shit where the dude over his shoulder was like, buy $10 billion of Japanese yen. He did it in front of the reporters so they could take the picture. That whole shit that we just covered last week, which did nothing, right? We just pissed $10 billion into the wind because it didn't have the effect that they thought it was going to have. But not only that, if you rewind to before the war in Iran, when the last time we had the yen carry trade scare, we promised to buy a shit ton of yen from them, right? We were just going to print money and buy yen, right, to help prop them up. But then we went to war. And all that money that was meant to buy yen went to buy missiles because we were spending $1 million per $50,000 drone. So the money that was meant to keep them propped up disappeared. So can you blame them? Like, looking at that whole sort of line of, can you blame them for saying, you know what, like, we're going to do us? We're not going to keep weakening our country to provide cheap money for you to degen with, even though it has been in our benefit financially. Just the dollar went to shit. Well, the yen went to shit. So my point being that if that is true, and the yen carry trade unwinds, and they don't offer low rates following that, then we are going to have a bit of a liquidity suck, right? Because that's a lot of money that people will still buy, obviously, but if the money's more expensive, then they'll buy less money, right? Money's cheap in Japan. You go over there and buy everything you want. Think about how long they've been doing this. 1% interest on the yen, and then you just sit it in a 30-year bond for 5%. It's like a free 4%. It's like the infinite money glitch. Or even better, just put it in Bitcoin. Ken, I'll be real with you, bro. I just try not to focus on what anybody else is thinking. And the reason I say that is because in November, I was saying this shit's going to crash. We're going into a bear market. This shit is going to crash. And everybody was like, super cycle, da-da-da. And then we got to 70 something. I was like, this is a dead cat bounce. After this dead cat bounce, after this relief rally, it's going to crash again. This is a healthy correction. The 4-year cycle is dead. Blah, blah, blah. Right now, after 2 more, relief rallies that failed and put in new lows, now everybody's talking crash. But am I, you know what I mean? Like, you got to ignore that shit, bro. I promise you, in 2 weeks, their numbers will get even lower.
Oh, yeah. As we get closer to it, they're going to start getting shifted.
There's always a time when if you have a thesis and you stick to your guns, right? And your thesis is playing out, there's always a time where the majority of the people are going to agree with you. You can't let that shake you out of your thesis. Because I get what you're thinking, right? The majority is always wrong. The problem is that they change their minds so quick, bro. If this shit drops from where we are now to 57, 56, 55, people will be calling 20. They'll be off of our numbers already. They won't even be talking about 40. They're like, 40, you think it's going to stop at 40, right? They'll be back into the teens before you know it. It's just the way it works. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, King. I told you, I'm erring on the side of time over everything during this bull market. right? Do I think that we get from that 48, from that 52 to 48-ish with possible 38 if shit goes back? Yeah, I do, right? Am I going to wait for that if we're coming up to, no. Time is more important than anything. The beginning of October for me holds more weight and value than any price point.
Yeah, the 3rd to the 6th of October is where I will be trading again.
Yeah. That being said, the next macro break of structure will start my DCA, and then I'll DCA from there into the 40s. No, I don't think it's in. If I thought it was in, I'd be positioned way differently. Like I said, I'm erring on the side of time more than anything. There's nothing about this move up that I don't get. Like Green July, right? We had a 25% drop in June. We knew we would have a Green July, right? My thesis was red August, red September. All right, we're, more than halfway through August and we're still, let's see what the monthly looks like.
They're obviously just trying to shave off a few more Bitcoin they can sell, and they're going to play chicken right to the end and dump it. That's what they do. They all run out of the market just before the end. They just don't want to be the first one to do it because they're still busy selling off their Bitcoin.
All right, so where are we? All right, so for this to end up as of red August, I was thinking originally we'd have to come down underneath 62.7. Right, that's a pretty decent move. I'm not married to that idea. Right? I was way more married to the idea of a Green July, just because historically we saw it over and over during bear markets, right? But we haven't really done, and we're still underneath where our high was in July. Like we haven't even taken out July's highs yet. And people are acting like we broke, and I don't mean anybody in here. I mean, I see it on Twitter, right? I see the euphoria. And if you rewind to before that candle today, there was none of that. Twitter was bored and sitting there, and then you had a $600 candle off a liquidity sweep, and all of a sudden, we're back at it like a crack addict. Now, I don't hold it against anybody that thinks we've bottomed. I just hope that that's not based off of this candle. That's all. If you were bearish yesterday and today you're bullish because of this candle, I think there's a mistake. If you have a reason and you can, articulate why you think we've hit bottom, I have absolutely nothing wrong with that, bro. You could 1000% be correct.
Super psycho. I'm sorry, I had to. I'm not proud of myself.
Bro, that shit, no, sometimes you gotta let it out, bro. That shit causes cancer. That was an amazing use of free will.
That's his top bottom to top timing of the market. Like we have to bottom on the start of October. It's gonna happen.
The trend is your friend to the end, bro. I'm not gonna take the most so far that's been the most predictable cycle that we have and just fade it. You know what I mean? Like, but the emotions always it felt like this at the bottom of the last one too. It felt like this when we were like at 20. I'll tell you exactly when it felt like this, because if you were here, you'll definitely remember this. When we came down, remember we came down and they said, Bitcoin never takes out the top of the last bull market. Remember that? We're not going to go underneath 19 because Bitcoin never taken. We stopped here and this was the bottom, and everybody was like, that's it. We hit the top of the last bull market. But yeah, there's always It's timing. That's it. It's just timing.
Even though they tell you it's not timing, it is timing. That's the biggest lie. It is timing. Fools.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If the only thing telling me that price was going to go down was that it's the 4-year cycle and the thing's not done yet, that I wouldn't be basing a financial decision off of that. I can show you 15 different pieces of confluence, right? But I am going to err on the side of time, right? Meaning I don't care if I've got 20 things telling me that it's supposed to go to, 43 on the dot. If we're at 53 and we get to the beginning of October, I'm in. If we've swept. For me, the only thing that would stop me is if we haven't swept liquidity. And people are like, well, this is a sweep. Like, what do you mean we did sweep? We swept right here. Well, yeah, just like this. Right? And then price went up. Right? And then what happened? You swept. You took all that liquidity underneath that was built. Why was that liquidity built? Because we went sideways for like 200 days. Right? So until all the liquidity that's built down here is taken, I'm not all in. Now maybe we get some sort of sweep that only goes to like 51 and then pops up. Okay. Like I said, I'm buying the next move down, I'm buying. I will start actively DCing, right, into these ranges. But that's just what I'm doing, yo. Listen, do you think, let's say I'm right? And let's just assume that we go to 48. Let me get rid of this. I know Bitcoin's moving right now. I'll make it quick. Let's say that Bitcoin comes down to 48. That is from here a 23% drop. Would you be losing sleep at night if you bought 20K? If you ended up with an average of 20 when we were at 126, would you have been like, oh, I screwed up the bull market? Anywhere in these bottom ranges, and 3 years, you won't even be literally make zero. Well, I'm not going to say it won't make any difference, obviously, because you want to buy as much as you can for as low as you can. But in the long run, it won't. Meaning if you have to start DCAing to maybe calm some of your nerves, because that's a thing, bro. What is it worth? What is your peace of mind worth to you? I can sit here without a position and be super calm, but I have no feelings left. my nerve endings have been fried by the market, right? You might not be like that. Maybe you're sitting up at night, worried that the bottom was in and that everybody's right and da. Well, you can sort of kill some of that by just get some then. Everything's cheap. Get whatever you know. But I am definitely not in a all-in sort of frame of mind right now. It's just
even if it's
too
the
much
bottom,
shit.
it's even by October, it's not just going to rip up.
That's another thing I've
There's
been
still
trying to
gonna be
warn people because I don't want people to get. I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen, and I'm gonna tell you before it happens, so that when it happens, you can hear me in your head saying, "Oh shit, I'm doing it." What's gonna happen is people are gonna buy the bottom. They're gonna be super stoked that they got the bottom, and then 2 months is gonna pass, and we're still gonna be there. And then 3 months is gonna pass, and we're still gonna be there. By month 5, bro, you're leaving those positions, and you're gonna be 100xing just to feel alive. Or you're gonna be throwing your money into alts. You're gonna be chasing shit, and then when it finally goes, you're gonna be out of position.
It's the same thing when you said, like, it doesn't matter when you sort of buy it. Like, it sat from 17 to 19,000 after 15 for ages, and then 25. It took so long.
Yeah.
Like, and even if you bought Bitcoin at 25, it was still good. Like anything, it's just like you had so much time to accumulate. It's ridiculous. It's not a big deal. I just don't want to buy before October 3rd, personally.
Well, there is big time. There is an issue with the one thing that I can tell you that stand out. And everybody feels like time's running out. I don't feel like time's running out for Bitcoin. I do feel like time's running out for S&P and NASDAQ. The reason that I say that is the way that S&P and NASDAQ drop is they usually drop slow, and then there's a big capitulation, and then there's a slow bottoming out, and then it recovers. We need to have that big capitulation before October. If we touch down in October and we get down to our numbers and S&P hasn't made that big move,
Yeah,
I don't see how it doesn't affect Bitcoin unless we just get such an inflow that the capital rotation keeps it from dropping. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if S&P's up here and then we hit October 3rd and Bitcoin takes another bottom, but then S&P does a huge drop, that's just going to destroy Bitcoin. That's exactly this looming market at the moment. It is an issue.
I will be keeping cash reserves if we bottom without S&P taking a significant drop. I mean, like a
correction. Yeah,
it's one of those days where there'll be like a 7-8% drop in one day. Like those sort of drops, and that for them is great. They're like you have to check on your trader friends when that shit happens because they take that shit really. They take that shit to heart over there. We have like negative 60% days here. We're just passing memes around and talking shit.
I feel like it's a matter of if, not like it's when, not if, for that.
Yeah.
Eventually, this S&P has to correct.
Of course, and I'm,
It's can't keep going up forever.
It's not going to correct as much as I think it needs to. Let's put it like that. Even when it does, and the reason I say that is because I mean, come on, let's. I don't know if this is the right chart, but it's not. But it doesn't matter. So look at this on the weekly. Well, actually on the monthly because we'll be here. Jeez. Okay, this isn't what I want. TBC. So these are major corrections, right? Like major corrections. This was .com. This was housing crisis, right? But these are bubble pops, right? This is the .com bubble, right? Price can't just do that without taking some back. And usually those corrections for the most part. Oh. since whales, this is where whales play, tend to come back at least to 50%, right? They come back into discount. Right? Move like that, they come back into discount. Then you had the run up into subprime. Right? And then you had the same sort of move all the way back down into the discount zone. Right? So .com bubble, pop. Real estate bubble, right? Just wait for it. Not yet. Yeah, just wait. There we go. This is our current bubble. Anything stand out to y'all?
I can't even see it, but I'm assuming it's bigger.
It just
Dwarfs it.
like,
That was bad, Fly.
it's
Yeah, but we are cruising for a bruising at the moment with our economy. We've been dodging and sidestepping it for quite some time.
But anyways, my point from this isn't like I started to say this. The reason I brought it up is because I'm not saying that you need to come up down to. That's not what I'm saying. Right? This is going to keep happening. We're parabolic. GDP is not going to stop. AI is probably going to make it even crazier at this point. Right? Like this is literally a parabolic curve. Right? And we're just now pulling away from the parabola. So what I'm saying is that we have another one of these. Right? These happen during your liquidity cycles. So that's the sort of drop I'm looking for. Right? Something that comes. I'll show you exactly what I mean. I have these drawn out on another line. This line right here, when we break here, this is the Bitcoin goes to 50s line. BTC to 50s. There's not panic yet at that point. Price comes down, people start to worry a little bit. It'll probably hit and retest, right? When we break, and hopefully the timing works out here. When we break these highs is when BTC bottoms. Right, so I'm going to draw the BTC chart. Just pay attention to this. So when this comes down, right, BTC is currently doing this thing. When that comes down, BTC takes out these lows. 57, 58, wherever we end up, 56, whatever. When this stops to try to come back up, it starts to build like a bear flag. That consolidation will also send us in a consolidation mid-50s. The break of this is what gives us our lows. My opinion. Just because the timing seems to be, but that's why I say that we're running out of time, because all of that has to happen before October 6th, which means you have to squeeze all of that into this. And that's the fear, right? That this does come down and sends this to mid-50s. And then maybe we sweep liquidities and go to 40s, but this hasn't broken yet. And then what happens to Bitcoin if you're at like 48 and this breaks? Maybe that's what ends up sending us to that lower range, right? The 38. timing is going to be super interesting when it comes to this, though. Right? It's all going to come down to timing and being nimble. Like, shit doesn't work out the way you thought it was going to work out. The speed at which you're able to pivot, and I don't mean just like randomly changing thesis back and forth, but paying close enough attention to where you can convince yourself that you're wrong one way or the other, right? With enough evidence early enough to pivot is what sort of separates. I think it's time for another episode of Are We There Yet? Maybe I'll do one before I go. I'm going on vacation. We had our last class, our last Cypher School class. We got exams coming up. And then I am going to shut my brain off for a week.
You've been going very intense, yeah.
I'm not going to build anything. I can't say I'm not going to look at the charts or do TA because, I mean, I take my money very seriously. And it only takes a couple minutes a day to make sure things are still going, you know. But yeah, I'm taking an AI break. Nah, I don't know if we're gonna end up at the beach. I'm going to New York. I'm gonna see family. I'm gonna see friends, and then me and a group of friends are gonna take off. Destination unknown. Yeah, I talked to Market Maker already, Hugs. Let's see if he keeps his end of the bargain. I could help you get more friends, Duff, but you won't listen to me. I could tell you exactly why you're having issues. When I get back, I'm going knee deep into altcoin research. I need to wrap my head around all the new projects that are cooking right now and catch up on a lot of research. Start getting the list together, start getting some watch lists together.
Have you seen Pharos Network?
Seen who?
Pharos.
Virus?
Pharos Network.
Oh. I was like, that is a wild name for a network.
Well,
Nah.
there's Venom blockchain already.
Yeah. I'm really gonna focus. The first thing I'm going into, the very first thing I'm gonna look at is DePi. Some decentralized physical AI infrastructure or robotics. We know it as kids. And I also want to look at. I want to take a really deep look at Canton. And I want to take a really big look at some of the AI agent projects that are coming out too. These things are starting to get a lot better at capturing liquidity that comes through the chain, which is good, right? Because that means that a busy network actually translate into price go up, which is the problem a lot of these L2s are having. Shit, some of the L1s too. right? Hyperliquid just came in and slapped everybody up and down and was like, this is how you do it, stupid. And now everybody's copying it, right? But that whole buyback and burn off fees is just, that's how you capture the liquidity that comes through, right? That's what keeps people invested, keeps the price going up. So I'm going to be hyper focused on coins that A, have revenue, right? That are actually, or B, if they don't have mechanisms to capture the liquidity that comes through the chain.
Yeah, I'd recommend having a look at Fires. It's not AI, but it's RWA focused. They have quite a few partnerships. They raised 50
Yeah, I'll
mil
take
last
a
round,
look.
I think.
Yeah, I'm going to have a decent RWA bag too. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Well, since I'm gonna be doing the research anyways, when I come back, I'll probably like open a poll or a question or something and just have everybody just shoot me with things that they're interested in. And then I'll give my opinion on stuff, and then I'll have my own watch list when I'm done.
Just
Points
the
that I'm
way it's
looking
like,
for.
there's so many projects now that you pretty much got to listen to everybody and like, what's going on at the moment? There's so many things.
The good ones stand out. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there aren't many good teams out there. I invest in teams. The bottom of the bear market, I invest in teams that are undervalued. Right? I'm looking for a strong team. The project, honestly, as long as the idea is good. And right now, the idea being good means that they've got some sort of buyback and burn mechanism or some sort of circular economy sort of setup to where it supports the price. And the reason that that's important is because this is going to be the first bull market that institutional guys are in looking at things aside from Bitcoin. And I don't mean like the big institutions. They still can't touch the little shit. But traders, right? Wall Street traders that are used to coming in and looking at a company's profit and earning ratio and looking, these things are important. Things like revenue and like things that regular traders pay attention to that we don't pay attention to in crypto, because until last bull market, we were all just like VC.
Yeah, well, this could have been just completely wiped out. Now there's some.
Now there's a future. So people start. That's why I think that we're going to have a utility run, right? Because this is the first bull market that has the backing of almost every major government in the world. And I don't mean by supporting price, I mean supporting the network, right? And the viability of the network, which means that we need to look for the Web3 equivalents of Web2, right? We need to look for, who's going to be the Google and who's going to be the Microsoft and who's going to, that's where we're at right now. That's where people's heads are at. What are going to be the rails? That's why I'm so heavy in the stables. In the stablecoin rails, because the amount of money that, and I mean, I've done a million deep dives on it, so I can't keep doing it without sounding like I'm shilling. 13 trillion is the number on paper expected by 2030 to come through stables. And if you don't think that these stablecoin rail blockchains are going to capture that liquidity, or if you don't think that those chains are undervalued right now, at what they're valued right now, with what they're expected to push in the next, this is easy. This is an asymmetric bet for me. And the good thing is, it don't even have to work out. People just have to think it's going to work out, because I'm out at the top of the next bull market anyways.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know what I mean? Like, but it's a good narrative that makes sense that people are going to buy into because it's true, right? The problem is it's not going to be in the next 3, 4, in the next 15 years. But people are going to start picking their horses now.
Payments. We are going to see autonomous payments.
We're seeing it now.
MasterCard did their trial in Singapore in November 2025.
Well, it's an $8 billion industry right now. When we did the deep dive on
launch,
when we did the deep dive on agentic commerce, it was like small. Like this shit is literally like 8 billion, I think 9 billion last I checked. Have you heard my thesis? I've completely changed my Bitcoin thesis recently after a deep dive I did.
Well, I'm glad I didn't before then.
Like the whole idea of like why Bitcoin was created, why it was allowed to succeed, sort of thing.
Okay.
I think, and just rock with me. And this doesn't take away any of the romance, right? I think the cypherpunks built Bitcoin as an alternative to the bullshit that was happening in after Occupy Wall Street and the banks in 2008. I think all of that's true. But the question that's always bothered me is why was it allowed to succeed? Why wasn't it crushed? Right? Like that's the part. And the romantic answer is because they can't. They didn't crush it.
Well,
They,
that's what
but
like if they could have.
but in the beginning, when it was very small, and a very small group of people, they could have been crushed. It was allowed to fester.
Kind of the
It
way
was
it was
allowed
treated.
to,
Yeah. Okay.
you know. But now, when we're looking at, yeah, hold on, I'm redlining on. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix that. Yo, my bad. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Is that better?
It's fine for me, but I'm not on headphones.
That's fine. Yeah, it's good.
So I think because you know that this machine to machine transactions, this is from the 70s, 80s. For the longest time, they've been trying to figure this out. You can go back to some of the earliest sort of projects, right? I
Well,
think
they have.
I think
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin answered all the questions that they needed answered. The only thing that they needed was for it to be stress tested. And that's what we did.
Because there's no proof to it. It's only proof by fire. Like it's only proven to be stable because
well, then I think it was allowed. I think it was allowed to succeed because we were the stress testers, right? We stress tested the whole thing. And evidence, in my opinion, evidence, in my opinion, to my argument is the human difficulty that's implied in just dealing on the blockchain, right? Just the learning curve. All the things that are pitfalls for us mean absolutely nothing to AI. 12 words?
It's very easy for
easy.
AI.
24 words? Easy. No problem.
Yeah.
Trustless proof. I mean, like it's perfect. It was like if it was built for this purpose.
It is. It needs it, and it needs it for the robotic payments. And all of those things that you said are true. Like I was studying distributive computing, and all of the scenarios we had about transactions, running forever and being distributed and send off, and how do you portion it and then bring it back and then join those transactions. That was all taught to every single computer scientist in second year across the world. Like, and when they cracked it, when I read that paper, I was like, this solves everything that they've been like theorizing, all the professors and everybody. They're like, this has solved it. That's why I was so stuck on Bitcoin when I did the white paper, like pulled it down and implemented it myself. I'm like, it solves all the problems that they were struggling with. And then looking at AI, this is why I think, I don't know what Web4 is because I really need to read it, but Web3 is too hard for everybody. Having to manage a wallet and manage custodianship, and you need an autonomous agent that manages that custodianship for you. And the payment, it needs it for these robotic payments for trust. Tim Berners-Lee invented these pod things, a semantic web, and it was too hard for everyone had to be a programmer. But now you've got an AI agent, everyone is a programmer. It really has put a lot of pieces together. I went pretty deep on that research.
We got the momentum flip on the 5 minute. Let's run it to the 10 and see if it carries over. We're at 50% of that vector, by the way. Well, on this time frame, it's actually bigger. But yeah, the deep dive that I did on that, it was the whole 402 or whatever. The deep dive that I did on it was comparing the agentic creation rate against the human birth rate and taking the crypto wallet adoption that's happening right now and keeping it at the same level of adoption 2030. There'll be more AI agent Bitcoin wallets, crypto wallets than human ones.
Makes sense.
By 2030, the birth rate flips humans. If it stays at this pace, and it's not gonna stay at this pace of creation. It's going to get faster because more people are gonna adopt and more people are gonna start creating agents, and so you can probably speed that up. And the blockchain doesn't care. You know, when people talk about we need adoption, you know, what Bitcoin needs is adoption. The chain doesn't care if it's agentic or a human. It's exactly the same. Except now
No, because it's
we're
very
not
soon as they do the
limited.
robotic payment.
Except
Every
now
single
we're not
time.
limited by the humans on the planet.
No. But I mean, I could imagine pretty shortly that everybody will have a trust score on their agentic model that has its own crypto wallet that's able to make autonomous payments for you. And you're only allowed onto certain networks until you're trusted.
It's not even that. They got to be able to pay for API calls, and it's the only thing that's
Yeah.
fast enough and cheap enough to be able to pay for API calls on call, or pay for agents to help, you know, to pay for another agent to get, or pay for some Higgsfield tokens, or pay, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
W sub, welcome Picasso, appreciate you. Welcome to my crazy family.
Plus, if you want something truly agentic, it has to go across borders, across like jurisdictions, all sorts of things. It's too complicated necessarily to.
That's good, Neve. Everybody's gonna have to add that. That's the main question people are asking right now is how can I keep my Bitcoin safe with all the shit that's going on? Like, they're gonna be forced to add it.
How you can't keep yourself safe in this world without having a whole bunch of agentic models protecting you. But I think ultimately you'll be safer because instead of just hoping that you're safe with
Nah, my
attacks, you
wallets are
actually have.
safe. I went through a lot to
Well,
make sure. Like, I went above and beyond. We just did a whole thing on that on Cypher School about rolling physical dice to get your entropy and how to properly multi-sig and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're our weakest link though, right? At the end of the day, the easiest, the most used vector is going to be phishing. You're going to get phished for your information somehow. More than likely, that's what's going to happen. So protecting against that is the most important thing.
Yeah, or someone can just talk to you and persuade you to hand over your keys. That's yeah.
You probably get fished by the AI agents as well at some point.
That'll happen.
Yeah, that's a good point, Neve. I might be a little too jaded. Real problem believing anything on the internet.
Yeah. Once it goes through the internet, you can't believe it anymore. It's come through.
Well, do you know that I've had two different people in two different groups fake that shit? I had one guy fake it all the way through. I don't want to say it out loud, but chat can read what we're talking about. Like on some attention seeking stuff. And again, I will always listen. If anybody comes and says, I'm going to treat it like it's real, right? But yeah, internet has a way to, yeah. But I'm always going to treat it as if it's true. Worst case scenario, you trolled me, cool. I'd rather that be the worst case scenario than have it actually be real and I make it any worse. Yeah, exactly. And whether it's real or not, you're going through some shit. If you're doing that, you're going through something regardless. So nah, those are hard, bro. Some demons take therapy, years and years and years of therapy. It's not love, bro. We're just trauma bonded. If you still feel like that in the bull market, then it's love. Then it's real.
Isn't it usually the other way around?
Excuse me. We just been through so much shit. We're all shell shocked. It's like
Isn't that what love is?
yeah, it's like people became an instant tribe on 1010. Yeah, that's true, right? Just gotta find somebody whose trauma plays well with your
Compatible
trauma.
trauma matching.
Trauma maxing.
Don't worry about personality.
He
Match
said-
trauma.
Yo, I got a whole boy that for some reason, bro, we always get into this conversation and we start getting, oh, you think you had it bad. I used to this, like we're both doing well, right? So like we'll sit around sometimes and just like reminisce about how screwy shit was because we knew each other back then. But eventually I have to stop it, bro, because I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Like, I'm not gonna play struggle Olympics with you. Okay. We both struggled, you know, there's no medals in this. You made it out.
Trauma's a weird thing anyway. It's like a gas in a bottle. It fills the whole bottle. It doesn't matter how much you got, you're gonna suffer.
Yeah.
This is a weird thing. Trauma is bizarre.
Yeah, it's directly proportional, but people can't. That's why like the worst thing you could say is like, oh, you know, people have it worse. It's like, yeah, I get it, but
Stubbing a toe for someone's as bad as some people losing a leg. It just depends on your tolerance to trauma.
That's true. Somebody needs to put trauma maxing on a t-shirt and a bumper sticker.
right. In my opinion, if you were here at the top and you're still here now, you already won. That shit puts you on top of 70% of everybody that was here with you at the top. Like you're already ahead.
And everybody here is, maybe not everybody, maybe some people are better than other people, but is going to like look at the people who come in like a quarter of the way into the bull market. Like, hey, I'm back, you know, expecting like fanfare and you know, fanfare and ticker tape parades, and we're just like, really? Remember when Tana got all mad at everybody? She's like, we've been here through everything. We've been through the hard stuff, and they just come in and I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
And like, I've been here for 3 years. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Lensby. It helps, bro. It actually helps.
But this is when everyone should be in here pumping and like, yeah, bottom's almost in. Like, and everyone, like, people were bailed. It's like, what the hell? Yo, man.
Having a bunch of people in helps keep me centered. Also, having to go over my thesis a million times just builds the conviction. I've definitely seen a change though in chat. 1000% in the people that have been here, like, you know, in the top that are still here. Way more calm. Still get a little crazy on the big green candles and red candles, but sort of like it's starting to make sense a little bit, right? It's not like in Chinese anymore. This is where we decide if this move out of this visible range was a breakout or just a deviation. If we lose the top of that range, we will be at 642 pretty shortly. The measured move from the symmetrical, my bad. This takes you to sweep those legs, basically. But you have to break the top of that range. We know that if you break out of the range and you hold and you take out those highs, then you've got an actual breakout on your hands. That's also 382, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Bro, why do they keep announcing that they're moving this shit like we know they told us already. Like they keep telling us we're not, it's almost like they're trying to get us excited over the fact that they're not doing it now. Like instead of saying we can't come to a deal, they're like, guess what, guys? Coming in September. Feels like I'm being sold GTA 6 all over again. You know there's a real chance that we get GTA 6 before the Clarity Act?
It's funny that she would say, take it to the bank.
Right? Take what to the bank? Oh, that's right. You guys bent over for the banks. So now we can take our coins there.
If I still had coins, that would be the last place. Last place I would take them.
I mean, for some people, it's going to be a viable alternative.
Yeah, I get that. But, I mean,
not me.
Eventually, some of those people are going to learn.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even have to be doing anything wrong for the government to take all your money. It happened to me about 7 years ago. And totally shifted like my life around because they took all my operating expenses and it ended up just being like a clerical error, basically. Like I had done the taxes and it already, and I had no idea because they were sending notifications to my old address, even though my new one was on file.
Yeah.
And out of nowhere. So I have so little trust for banks or anything else anymore because, I mean, it is quite a shock to go from having a really good income coming in to having absolutely zero money.
It's a scary thought.
Just out of nowhere.
You know, some people are like, you know, I don't have any issues with the government. I'm not going to, you know, they're never going to come after my money. And it's true. Maybe they won't. Right? But that's not how it's supposed to work here. And it's like for everybody.
I mean, I got it all back, but it took over 6 months for them. I mean, they realized the mistake within 2 days. You know, I was able to clear it up, but it took 6 months to get it back. So,
yeah.
Was that the time when you literally Googled, okay, what is crypto? Okay, fine. Time to switch.
Mm-hmm. You know the FDIC insurance technically has 99 years to pay you off.
Yeah, that's right. Even if you do get it, it's 100 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they typically don't make you wait 100 years.
You don't want huge amounts of money in cash, so you put it.
But just so, I mean, that's the thing, right? So, like, Bitcoin is what if everything blows up, if shit really hits the fan. Because people are like, well, what about quantum? Da da da. Listen, they're gonna get your bank account before they get their Bitcoin. They'll easy. That's easy to soft target. You know. Oh, well, what about money laundering? And that, well, you know what was used for money laundering before?
Yeah.
Money. Well, you know what was used for drugs and for hitmen and for, you know, human trafficking or all the other shit they try to put on crypto, fiat.
If you can't buy drugs with it, it's not money.
That's a fact, bro. If the drug dealer won't take it, it's not worth anything.
It's not money. That was a comment from a Bitcoin guy a long time ago. Long time ago.
They got the cold wallets, but not if they got the cold wallets, but they wouldn't have got the cold wallets if you followed what we taught in Cypher School.
Cypher School exists for exactly this moment.
Yeah, I know.
They
Thank you,
might come
Stacey.
up with a better algorithm with a quantum technology that supersedes Bitcoin. It's just a better.
Yeah.
But it would be very similar to Bitcoin. It would have to be pretty much Bitcoin anyway, with a slightly different algorithm. And they'll still call it Bitcoin. They'll just Bitcoin.com or whatever. It'll still have a sticky name to it. So this is Qcoin.
The thing is that it's whatever coin is going to have a massive uphill battle because the security, right? I mean, people have watched Bitcoin hold it together. It's proven, and you can't easily transfer that. Like, there will always be people that will just cling to Bitcoin.
It would take another 15 years to prove it's stable, but they could just come up with like a proven quantum cryptocurrency that's like a better algorithm and easily proven, and it's completely solid and it supersedes
Well,
it. But then
Vitalik has quantum resistance on the roadmap for ETH, and apparently it's not really that. I think they can kick the ball down the road pretty easily, but to solve it for good is a little bit more difficult.
yeah, because it's still quantum resistant, not quantum proof. But if they
Yeah.
have a really powerful quantum computer and then they can use that to create the new algorithm, they'll be like, oh, this one works, because they'll have a lot of simulators to prove it.
Yeah.
But
I think there are a few like completely quantum proof though, using like vector instead of like elliptical. And apparently that is like completely immune to quantum just because there are like infinite possibilities within the like qubits basically to solve.
Just get ready
they
for
have
the marketing
quantum.
that's going to come with it.
Yeah, they have quantum networks, optical networks. You can buy a quantum
Before quantum
fiber.
proof technology, before that becomes the marketing, just like metaverse was, before that becomes the marketing, we're going to get AI proof. People are going to start saying that their projects are AI proof. That AI can't find any exploits and AI can't. That's what everybody's worried about right now. So I foresee in the next bull run there being a decent narrative behind AI resistant projects.
Like with captcha. Like if you're a robot.
all it's really going to be is that they've run it through all the latest LLMs and they can't find any it's just going to be marketing, right? Everybody's doing it right now. They should be. If you're a dev worth your salt, you are running that shit as hard as you can, trying to find so that you can find it before anybody else does, so that you can fix it. And then eventually it'll get to the point where the AI can't find any exploits, and then they'll announce that their project is AI resistant, and then that'll become, like I said, a sales pitch. But it's just basic due diligence. Like, that's what you're supposed to be doing. We still have not lost this value area high here.
Yeah, the name Bitcoin sort of relates. Or you could have a qubit, so it still works. It doesn't have to be binary. The name Bitcoin will still stick. They'll just switch out the algorithm at some point and work out how to do the upgrade without upsetting everyone. That's all that will happen.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin literally just forked the other day. The fork instantly died and cannibalized itself because without the miners and the verifiers, the validators, you don't have it. So, Satoshi left instructions for this sort of thing, not this specific, but he left instructions for what would happen if technology ever got to the point where SHA-256 was compromised.
Yeah.
There to roll back to the last viable block, switch out the encryption and hard fork, and then all the validators would go. You wouldn't even notice it if you were holding Bitcoin. You wouldn't even notice what happened.
No, I mean,
yeah, it would have consensus though. Like this is the sort of thing that would get immediate consensus.
Yeah. The problem is they need to modularize it a bit to be safer to upgrade, but we've got AI now to safely upgrade it. We don't even need to modularize Bitcoin. It doesn't even need to go through a major refactor.
W gifts.
Pretty much prove it.
Appreciate you, Marisetti. W gifties. Yeah. I'm not worried about it, man.
No.
It's sitting comfortable in the possibility list. When it crosses over to the probability list, then I'll start to concern myself with it.
Makes decent headlines though.
Oh yeah. I'm honestly surprised that that all that wallet hack news didn't send Bitcoin for the lows.
Yeah, I heard about that, but then nothing happened. What was like a ledger got hacked? I'm assuming it was a ledger or something.
It was a cold card. I mean, there was a rash of them, honestly. They found a way to hack into tangems through the card. Before this, if you lost the card, it wouldn't matter. But apparently, Ledger's red team found a way to physically crack the card open, pull the chip out, hit the chip with a high frequency laser at the certain part of the chip that activates the recovery. There's a part of the recovery cycle when it says, is recovery mode on, yes or no? And hitting the laser on the chip at a certain time, certain whatever, flips it. They did it successfully 3 times. The problem is that it costs $250,000 and you need a university grade lab to do it. And you have to have a card that's already been lost. Like it has to be somebody's lost card. And there's no way to tell what's in the card. So you're spending $250,000 to crack what maybe might have some money in it. Yeah, it's not
very good for Tangem though, is it? It's great for Tessa.
Yeah, well, I think it's good for them because they're probably going to sell new cards. Because they fixed it already, right? I'm hoping that what they do is that they send out new cards to people who already have cards. That would be the right thing to do. But if you've never lost a Tangem card, then you're not at risk at all for this exploit. Your card has to be in the wild. Somebody has to be able to have access to it.
Not just have had it as well. They're gonna.
Yeah, they need to have it, and you can tell that they've tampered with it because they have to take the chip out.
Even
I mean, how many times
you never had a Tangem card?
Yeah, but
and then Cold Card got hacked.
Got jailbroken, like with the thumb thing. They're like, "Oh, it will never get broken," and then 5 minutes after the conference, it was broken. Like it's completely isolated. Like, but it got increasingly harder to jailbreak the chipsets and stuff. But yeah, it's not great for Tangem, but it's not the end of the world, I guess.
No, I mean they've addressed it, so. But it is interesting that it comes from a competitor, and then the announcement was made publicly. It's self-serving.
Yeah, well, Ledger's got the whole
hack that happened from their backup thing. So they're
Yeah, they're
probably
trying
like,
to
"All right,
even
we've
out the
got it."
score, bro. They're like, look, they
Yeah,
look them too.
not
And
just
then
us.
Cold
Yeah, it's a
Card got
win-win for
hacked,
them.
so we started getting into
Yeah.
showing people how to roll their own entropy, because the weakness came through the entropy itself, through the being able to
Oh,
crack the
okay.
entropy for the seed phrase. Using that
Yeah.
machine-based entropy is just they're not, bro. Do you know Cold Card rolled back to a 32-bit entropy and nobody noticed?
You just can't do it. Like the only way I was going to set up a poker game 20 years ago, and we were going to get an argon gas PCI card with laser.
Just use dice,
Because as soon as
bro.
you try and automate that entropy, the solution set gets a lot smaller. So the probability that you get hacks is a lot higher, and they just chip away at it. But
Listen,
yeah,
what I would do if I was a cold card provider or whatever, what I would do is teach people how to roll dice. I would literally, because for me, I feel like, and I noticed when I taught it in class, I felt it too. Like it puts it into your hands. You're either gonna do it right and then feel safe and know that, okay, this is as random as I can get, and it's my specific randomness. And nobody can, copy this. Nobody can make this happen again. Nobody can guess this.
Mm.
And then you go with that safety, right? And then obviously have a section in the thing where you can put in your numbers, and then it does all the math for you and all that. That's cool. But that's it. I mean, at that point, like you just have to get
You want a
fished.
physical random. You don't want a software or hardware.
Yeah.
Like you want to, well, even if that physical is hardware, you need some hardware. It can't be a software random. That's
100
impossible.
rolls of casino grade dice, but they have to be casino grade, because if they're not, then your entropy is all fucked
Yeah,
up.
then you correct. Just get your own argon gas card with a laser and do it that way. Not too expensive. I got a bigger problem, Dbloc. I don't have that much money to put in anything. That's like a future problem.
I hear you.
I'm gonna be moving to
Dude, you
Vietnam.
can make so much money on meme coins. You just gotta go
Dude,
all in.
I know how to make money on crypto. It's fine. That's not a problem.
You don't got money
Just
left
go
because
all
you're
in on
putting it all on argon gas.
I don't have.
He's spending
I
it
don't
on
have-
tokens. If you're anything like
Bro, my
me,
mortgage is higher than my income. I'm gonna move to Vietnam very shortly and sell up and go live in Vietnam. I'm serious. It could be a month away.
Vietnam is like $600.
this sounds like a mission. This sounds like an exciting era to
If I
start.
do it, I'm gonna travel all over Vietnam and Thailand. There's only places in Southeast Asia I haven't explored. If I don't like it, I'm going to live in Indonesia. Or I'll get a job here soon and be extremely rich, because all the AI jobs are highly paid. I'm just waiting for one.
Don't come to Miami.
I ain't going to Miami, man. What the hell?
Bro, it's so crazy right now. Like these out of towners are just completely screwing the market up.
I don't know.
Yeah, the tokens
just
will
be my
become
perspective.
cheaper sample. In my opinion, what will happen is that one of these new models will ship that or they'll add to the old models some sort of token saving. I've already reduced by like 80%. Right. If you go to the AI section of the prompts and the thing, there's prompts in there that'll help reduce your token
They're
usage.
fighting. The Grok model got a lot cheaper. The Gemini model, there's a 3.
Every once in a while they slash it in half. Yeah. Somebody made an interesting point the other day I was listening to. They were like, the title of the video was AI does nothing. So I clicked it. Like, it's horrible clickbait, but I clicked it. And the dude's argument is, so the guy, the host was like, so like, how can you say AI does nothing? Like AI has like literally changed my life. And he's like, well, you changed your life. He's like, they don't know what AI does. He's like, look at the business model. If AI could build a $20 billion business, they would build you a $20 billion business and take a percentage of it. But instead, you're being charged per usage, per tokens, or on a subscription model. Like, they don't know what AI does. You're telling them what AI does. And when you come up with a good idea, they will monetize that in a heartbeat. And I was sitting there and I was thinking about it. I was like, damn, like what else runs on this sort of pay per use model? There's really nothing. I mean, subscription is one thing, right? But it's like old school cell phones where you were paying for minutes.
Oh yeah,
Gym membership.
but I mean, like,
yeah, like if you had to pay, if you had to pay like per machine at the gym.
It's going to get to the point where all the AIs are too powerful for us and they're all free. Or hopefully it gets to equality like everybody. At the moment, the cost of my AI, you could rent an apartment in Vietnam for a month. Like, so I'd probably prefer, while it's producing garbage, to have my little beachfront place sitting there in my apartment than paying this thing, swearing at it all day. But I have no choice.
I think it'll be just like phones, you know. I mean, there was a time where you had to make all your phone calls by 8 or your free minutes were going to run out, you know, and then you had to buy minutes and you can add minutes. Yeah, now everything's unlimited. Or when you first got internet on phones, right? You had to pay for time, whatever, on the internet. Now it's unlimited.
I sold them when they first came out, and now it's all unlimited. And then they play games like, you know, first you pay per 30-second, or you get a flag full. Some you get a flag full and 30-second, but you get an unlimited cap. It's just garbage.
I think the biggest models will always be pay, but and I do think that they'll have unlimited, but it'll be restricted. Like there's some things that you won't be able to do unlimited. Like I don't think they're gonna let you make unlimited hour-long 4K videos. Like they just don't. If everybody does that, you know what I mean? They just
well, they don't. Generally, they want us to be a consumer. Like they want to sell us stuff, so they want it to be asynchronous. They don't want us to upload as fast as we download. For instance, they want us to consume more than we produce. But you see what Elon's doing at the moment. He's putting up that next generation Starlink, which is going to replace all the subcontinental cabling. So he's replacing the whole internet at the moment.
He's putting data centers in space.
Yeah. He's got 100 ton a day he can put up. And then he said the data centers are easier. They're just like really simple, connect laser to the satellites.
Solar powered, cooled by the emptiness of space. So perfect.
Yeah, and then the solar panels go up and power it all for free. So he's putting up not just the Grok ones, he's putting up NVIDIA, Google.
You weren't here for my. I wish you would have been here for my Tesla deep dive, bro. I covered all of this. He's got it cornered. His job.
Conversation with JP Morgan. He had an interview with Jamie Dimon. So
his goal is to create the most powerful AI. And at this point, he's shitting on everybody if you think about it.
His Grok's getting better. It's like Sonnet Opus.
It's not even. That isn't even the issue, right? Because we know that all it takes is compute. All it takes is power, right?
Yeah.
And data. But Google is being greedy, right? So, greedy. But think about it. You've got every Tesla vehicle with 7 cameras on it. And the Tesla bots about to come out that have been literally scanning the planet, literally just bringing in data for the past, right? Then you got your Starlink, right, to get it up to your data centers to be processed. Then you got the sun for unlimited power and compute to do whatever you need to do. Like he's got the whole thing covered, bro, down to the rare earth elements it takes to build the chips.
Yeah, that's why he's whatever it is, SpaceX stocks are not going to go as low as people think because he's got profitable contracts to replace the whole internet. It's a pretty decent contract. Oh, your job is now to replace the whole internet. It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to be rich.
People thought they were buying SpaceX to build the next Falcon X rocket or something. I have no idea this man's plans.
Well, the military have to have it up there because their cables keep getting cut. So it's like mandated by the military now for security to have the internet put up there. So he's replacing it, and it's funded by
you know
the Defense Department.
The step that's missing for that to there's one step missing to close the loop. SpaceX has to acquire Tesla.
Well, he slipped up in that interview. He goes, "Oh, the Tesla." I mean, then someone else was saying that he's going to amalgamate the whole thing.
He's 1,000%. 1,000%. I was saying that before they even IPO'd. I was like, this is a Tesla acquisition play.
Did you see the interview with Jamie Dimon?
Yeah, I saw pieces of it. I wanted to watch it though after I ate.
Yeah, because there's one bit where he says the Tesla satellite. I mean, then he giggles and he sort of looks the other way, and like smirks, and then Jamie Dimon smirks, and then it's like, I didn't know anything. I just thought that's weird. And then someone else mentioned the acquisition, and I was like, yeah, you just go watch the video. He's like completely slipped up.
Yeah, I did a whole deep dive on it. And there's very specific reasons why it's not the other way around, why Tesla's not acquiring SpaceX. And SpaceX has already absorbed Twitter and what you call it, Starlink.
Yeah. Yeah, well, these are like 100 times faster satellites going up for Starlink now, so it's pretty decent.
He gets 80% voting rights if he acquires Tesla versus the other way around. He'd have 30%. Richest man in the world needs control.
So what does that mean that Tesla stocks go up if you own Tesla shares?
I'm looking at Tesla right now as pre-acquisition. Right, the news hasn't even started bubbling. When we talked about it, there wasn't even rumors. Now you're starting to hear rumors. I think it'll catch a bid going into it. Yeah. Depending on what SpaceX is doing exactly, because it'll be a way to acquire SpaceX shares at what could be a discount. Because your Tesla shares would be obviously converted. But we still don't know what the conversion is. There's a lot there. We're already trying to figure. They haven't even announced the damn acquisition yet, but
it will happen.
I think so. It makes perfect sense, bro. It would be a missed opportunity if they didn't do it. And Elon, I don't really see him as the person to miss many opportunities or not see it. I know he sees it.
Smart.
Yeah.
He knows those acquisitions. He's good at that stuff. That's his thing. For him to miss it would be pretty hard because that's his thing. Buying people out.
Not only that, but Tesla's shareholders are running him through New Hampshire court right now on some bullshit. Like, you know how annoying that's got to be for the richest man in the world? Like, bro, it's my company. I'll do whatever the hell I want. You know what? Watch this. Hold my matcha. I got you. I'm going to acquire Tesla before the next court case. I'll let you guys figure it out.
That's exactly the game that Elon loves. Like, like I said, that's his stick. He loves that kind of shit.
Up against the wall. You know the lawyers I got? Stop playing with me.
Yeah.
My lawyers are the lawyers that your ChatGPT lawyer learns from.
I don't know where we'd be without this guy right now, to be honest. We'd probably all just think Amazon was a great technology and we're getting things delivered faster or something. I don't know where we'd be without him.
Somebody would have had to come up with a payment. Somebody would have had to invent PayPal eventually, or else Amazon wouldn't be shit. Because
PayPal for sure.
The ease of ease of use is what made Amazon good.
Yeah, I get that, but the fact that he started building the Roadster when it was a ridiculous idea, like it was never going to happen.
and then Starlink.
You know, he went broke
I mean,
like twice.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he did. The Starlink thing is just a whole nother ball because it's in the New York Times. It was like in 2024 or something. Like it was a private company, and he got annoyed with the Russia-Ukraine thing, and he switched it off, and the drones just dropped out of the sky. And then that was when the American government are like, "Okay, you've got a contract now." So it was in the New York Times. He switched it off because the drones just dropped out of the sky.
Mhm.
Because I don't want to play war games, and he's sitting there as a private company, basically in charge of the war. So that was kind of the end of it. At that point, it became government technology. So
Speaking of, you know, the Chinese landed a rocket the other day. Landed it back safely. Supposed to be years ahead of schedule. But they caught it. Like they caught it with mechanical arms. Kind of cool, actually. It came down the same way that Elon's does, but like the perfect soft landing. It just sort of hovered there, and the arms grabbed it, brought it
was it
down.
made of polystyrene?
What happened?
Was it made of polystyrene? Like
No, it was official.
It's a real rocket.
Yeah, it was official. It wasn't like a moon landing or anything. Like it happened.
Okay, cool. Because we don't get a lot of news out of China, really. The real, we don't get a lot of, and the people aren't really allowed to report out of China, so it's really hard to.
Yeah, I found it through like Tesla. Like I'm always sort of looking at anything having to do with SpaceX, and they were bitching about it over there.
Yeah, well, this is the obviously inevitable thing is once all the Starlink satellites are up there, and then no one can attack the sub-ocean cabling, then there's going to be space wars up there. So that's fine. They can fight it up there. A few satellites dropping out of the sky once in a while, but
Have you seen the models
China.
of like there's supposed to be a point where there's too many and like one sort of satellite running into another creates a chain reaction that just flutters our shit with space debris and makes it
they
like
have to solve it.
like who stops though?
Well,
Like
they have to
who
solve
calls
the cleanup
China and says,
problem.
"All right, we got to that. We can't put one more satellite up, China or North Korea or." And then what do we do at that point? Are we shooting down satellite launches?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, they have to make cleanup bots as well. They'll probably find ways of using magnetics or something up there to clean things up quickly, but like it's literally started now. Now that the internet's going to be up there, this is a whole industry now that's going to continue forever now. It's good though because we don't need to maybe waste so much energy on data centers. And
hey, maybe we could use the leftover cables for gaming only network, zero latency. just use specific.
Just for games.
Yeah, games only. Nah, AI is gonna take that shit. Watch. That's a brilliant idea. Instead of laying all brand new, cables for AI.
The first one that went from the US to Europe or whatever was like cable, I think it was the 1800s. So it was a long time ago, man.
Hey, look, I'm gonna show you something. Oh, I'm gonna show
big news.
YouTube something.
Yeah.
But on the terminal that I built, I've got like a globe, and I've got like nuclear sites, all that. It's like a OSNet, basically.
Yeah.
But one of them is the internet cables, broadband. It's crazy the way that they stretch, like.
Yeah.
And if you look at them and you follow them, they literally all lead to the Strait of Hormuz. It's like what? It's like 70% of the broadband cables run through that strait at one point of their trip or the other.
Yeah, it's been cut multiple times now.
Uh-huh.
That's why they're like,
Oops.
this has to go up.
Yeah. The Iranians ran an anchor through one of them once. Oh, my bad. We didn't know that was there.
Yeah. That's why I don't think Tesla's SpaceX is going to do bad on the stock price, because people are saying 65, and as soon as I seen his conversation with Jamie Dimon, I'm like, this dude's stocks are going to go up. They're going to go up because he's got.
Now I think he'll time
guaranteed.
it. I think he'll time it. I think he's gonna let some of the froth come out of the market. Like, I don't think that everything's gonna be going down and he's gonna be counter pushing, Tesla and SpaceX.
Fuck, how profitable is this going to be if he's putting up that much
Ridiculous.
infrastructure up there? It's I can't even do the math.
There's no catching him at this point.
Yeah.
Whoever's like in the lead trying to, I'm like, whoever's right, or what you call it, Gates. There's no catching him, bro. You just got to be happy with number 2 at this point.
Yo, Fly, how's Lenny doing?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've kind of put it on the back burner. I'm working on a vision system at the moment that's taking every.
In my opinion, that is the proper use of your energy, bro. I love that. I've always told you that.
No one else in the world's building what I'm building at the moment.
No one else in the world that has the ability to build it has the experience and the, you know what I mean?
Well, you can't
the passion for it.
Make them. You can't push them to walk around into things. It's ethically wrong to like harvest blind people to train to do
Yeah, I can imagine.
Why?
Oh, I'm trying to build like a seeing eye dog in an iPhone. You pull it out of your pocket and it just tells you what's around and tells you to navigate. It's kind of working. Like if someone's walking at you on a pedestrian crossing, it will say someone's 2 meters to your left coming towards you. Just bear right. Like it's just basically a car navigation system for a phone, and you could put Swarm as well. So you could have like 1 on your back, 2 on your front.
Have you looked into robotics? Because this is exactly the sort of thing that I'm sure they've got billion-dollar teams trying to develop.
I worked with a guy 10 years ago from Intel. He has the same condition I did, and he did an open source like haptic feedback system, and I built that out in like C++ with a LiDAR he sent me from Intel, and I sent it to a Ford lab with my other friend Sheila Nierenberg, and I got them to review it, and they said you're on the right track. So I already have the schematics kind of
nice
for the basis of it.
You need to get one of those Optimus bots and break it apart.
Yeah, it was basically building the perception system for an Optimus bot. Like, I'd like to have your source code, but
exactly.
It's tricky to do. It's a bit of a grind. I've found the Google perception system. They already have a guide dog, so I'm integrating that at the moment. But
nice.
It's not impossible, but it is hard, and it's requiring every single tech I can throw at it. Like,
that is the proper use of AI, in my opinion. I'm all for that shit.
It has to
Are
be
you
done.
trying to monetize it, or are you trying to just use it more?
Oh, hell yeah. I've got another application through the Disability Insurance Agency here to get my Claude subscription through, and I've gone through all of the legal tribunals where that was rejected. And once I've got the roadmap for the funding, then I can use the same roadmap for the funding for this, so it would get government funded, through for people with disabilities.
Nice. What
If I get it
cloud? Are you on the max $200 to $200?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I've been on that too.
Yeah. I mean,
Max is stretching the word. Like max, yeah. If you want to run out of tokens, I've had to feed
and
API tokens like crazy.
I feed it like API. I mean, they burn. The thing is AI will use everything. It burnt my internet. It burnt my Git. I still owe GitHub some money. Like, it just burnt my CI/CD pipelines. It burnt my home internet. It burnt my hard drive. It burnt my other stuff. It just burnt everything until I put, like, I've got full rate limiters, and like I have to monitor everything.
Yeah.
and nothing's allowed
It's
to run
greedy.
unless it's got a keyword.
It'll take advantage of every little bit of your system if it can. Yeah.
Oh, you know how much those tokens, like $100 of tokens, can disappear in like 15 minutes. It's just
Easy.
gone, boom, and you're like,
The
yeah.
problem is that if you're doing agentic shit and you're making API calls, that isn't covered in your subscription.
You can do it with Google and GPT and Grok subscriptions using something like Hermes. So you can offload a lot of the automation over to Hermes and use the subscription tokens that way. You get better cost efficiency. But yeah, I tend to, for the agentic stuff on the servers, just run the smaller models like Hyco and GPT 4.0 Mini and Gemini Flash. It just gets too expensive depending on what you're doing. But I've also noticed that with AI, if you build everything correctly, you can kind of remove the LLM, because a lot of it, like say you want a Bitcoin report, at the end of the day, it doesn't need an LLM for that report every single time. It becomes a template, and you kind of remove that non-deterministic models from it and have it more deterministic.
That's how I have it
Using
with the agent that I built. Like, there's
'cause
no
I
need
might
to
run
use the
out.
LLM. Like, I'm already using the agents to put the reports in the Discord. All I need you to do is read the reports in the Discord.
Yeah. And
Hey,
yeah.
Pi, are you
Yo.
considering angel investors for this project that would help fund you while you're trying to develop all of this? Or are you solely looking just for employment?
It's
and
early
then you
stage
on the
because
side?
yes, but I also know that those fundings can come from different places. So like the Blind Society might not have any money, but the Cerebral Palsy Society might have
I'm
funding
talking
for
about
disability
individuals.
investing.
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
we don't have a lot of that kind of thing in Australia as well, but yeah, I'm
She
open
wants to
to
send
it.
you Bitcoin, bruh.
Yeah, I'm like I know people, okay? So it's exactly like Dbloc said. In my opinion, you have this, no pun intended, insight that no one else does. That I know, that was
That
not
was good.
No, I mean,
no
I don't
at
even
all.
mind. I'm
That
not
was
even
really
sensitive to that. You don't even have to be sensitive around that. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be very long that I have this insight. It might it's really weird, and when you start doing something and you realize no one else in the world's doing it, it's
no,
that it's
You
only
gotta
going to
move quick.
last.
totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
gotta move
I
a
also
million
don't
miles an
mind if
hour,
someone
bro.
beats me to the chase. If someone can give me a phone that does what I want it to, I'm quite happy to purchase it off them. So it's a win-win for me. I don't really care.
I'm
I'd like to be.
surprised. I'm surprised I haven't seen something like this go into like a hackathon or something. Like that's actually a really good idea, Fly.
it's incredible idea. Just it's incredible. So if you had funding that would help you sustain your living while you focused everything on this and got it to market, and then obviously the funders would have some type
Yeah.
of a percentage from it.
I'm about to back myself with my property and sit on a beach doing this for the next 2 years. So
I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all.
I may back myself.
Okay, I'm just curious. Also,
Yeah,
check the DMs later, okay?
Yeah, I will, and I have been. We need to catch up, Coco. I'm definitely got my eye
I
on the DM.
just got a date and a time, and the
Oh,
reason
cool.
why I'm putting this out is because I had a phone call yesterday that made me think that this group of individuals that I know looking to fund projects, this would be really interesting to them. So
Cool.
we'll talk about that later, though. Okay.
Yeah, I've
Just
definitely got my eye on your DMs. I haven't. I think the other day I did miss one by a day, but I am watching it.
Yeah,
I got
I
you
just
on my radar, big time.
I
Cool.
just left it a little bit ago. Okay, talk to you later.
Thanks, Coco. Cheers.
Yeah, Fly. Also, yeah, just let me know if you need any help with that. I'm always willing to help you out. You probably don't need any help, but I'm always here if you need it.
Yeah. I don't even. Yeah, I'm pretty open to help. I'm pretty open to help.
Okay, yeah, I knew you had all your agents and stuff, and I know you're really good with this stuff. So I don't want to jump on your shit if you don't need any help, but I'm always here.
I don't know. Yeah, yeah, no, it's good, Razen. We can chat about it.
Yeah, it's
We can
sad,
have a
bro.
chat.
I miss talking to you, bro. Being in the other server, but stuff happens.
Oh man, yeah, that shit was just a
Is it still
one of
is that server still active or not really?
yeah, not as active since that. I mean, it's bear market and there's a few of us there, but it's there's not a lot of activity.
I'm talking
The
about
same.
Feud Wise, Quise, that server. That server?
Yeah, not a lot of activity, but there's a
Okay.
few of the people that were there that are still there, but it's not like new people or new activity. It's pretty quiet.
Okay, yeah.
Like I kind of hope you're not hanging out with that guy I don't want to talk about. I don't like that guy much. But maybe you are.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, no. I'll chat
No.
with you about it later if you're curious, but because
Yeah,
there's so
yeah.
much going
I
on.
think we
But
should we'll have a chat. I'll DM you and I think we'll have a direct conversation at some point.
yeah, but I was with freaking Rick. He came up like probably 4 weeks ago, 3, 4 weeks ago.
Mm.
He came up to Philly. I got a picture with him and one of the other guys. I think it was Chief.
Mm.
Yeah, so that
Yeah,
was
no,
cool.
Rick managed to meet up with 16 people across America. Yeah. No major incidents. He got home safely and
Nice.
yeah. Yeah, it all blew up on that thing after that thing, and I don't know. I think Rick threw people out, and I don't really know, man. Like I didn't get too involved with, but yeah, we'll definitely have a chat.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Did you keep doing that NFT project?
Yeah, dude, it's still going. Are you familiar with scope creep?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they keep adding stuff. So like, I mean, it's more work. It's I don't mind, but like it should have ended like weeks ago, but it's still going on because they just like I said, scope creep. But yeah, it's going well. Like the
that's fine if
relationship
it's
between
time
us
and
is going
materials.
well too. So
If it's a fixed cost and it's scope creep, it's a problem. But if they're gonna pay you more time,
oh
then
yeah, they
it
are.
doesn't.
Like I had to send them like a new proposal and everything. So I'm charging them like 50% more than the first proposal. So like, it's all good.
That's actually a good thing.
Yeah.
It's so funny being at the bottom of the market and the channels go quiet when this should be party time.
Yeah, people, we gotta buy. Get excited.
It's hard to be excited. It's all the people that are like level-headed and didn't get excited either way left.
It's like all the FUD, like to the normies, it seems real now. Now that price is at like 60K, whatever it's at. When price is at 125K, the FUD is like, yo, this guy's so dumb. But when it's at 65K, it's like, oh my gosh, this guy might be onto something.
Oh yeah, the FUD starts swinging really heavily. But I don't know how much more FUD Bitcoin can really get. It's pretty much
I know. The cold card thing was
yeah, that didn't even do it.
I would have thought we would have had more of a drop off that.
Yeah, but you need like consistent like FUD. You need FUD over weeks and weeks. It can't just be one. I don't know, like Solana, last time it had a stalled network, no one even sold Solana. I was like, what the heck? That
That's
was
so
ages
dumb,
ago
bro.
now.
Like that makes no sense.
People didn't even care. They're like, oh, I freeze it for 5 minutes and turn it back on, and no one even sold. That was ages ago. I don't know if there's been any more since, but
Especially with
yeah,
stable coins being transacted using Solana's network, like that's like crazy.
well, people just aren't as scared anymore. The biggest fear before the ETF was the government would come and seize all your crypto. So all these people that are conservative that were investing, and then they managed to accrue a lot of crypto, they're like, well, it could all be taken. Once that fear of the government removing your Bitcoin was gone, I mean, they had squeezes on ramps and off ramps, but it that major FUD, it doesn't exist anymore. So
I mean, self custody is the way to go. I wouldn't hold an ETF. ETF's probably
no, I know, but I mean, even if you were to have it self-custodial, and then the government said it's illegal to possess, transact, or have any dealings with Bitcoin, then it would have become very difficult. You know, you would have had to have then been a conservative investor into a criminal, and
how would
to
they
keep
even
your
know?
Bitcoin. Doesn't matter. The minute they say that if you touch, use, transfer, or have anything to do with Bitcoin, that you could go to jail for it, then a lot of people won't seriously hold it
Okay,
anymore.
I see what you're saying.
But that's not, and that's what a lot of people, government
They can't.
workers, all sorts of people, they're like, they're not going to do something illegal no matter what. They're not going to do it. But yeah, they're scared
They
that they'll
can't.
lose
Yeah,
it.
I don't think they would ever do that though. Well, they obviously don't
Well, we
trust the
didn't know.
government, but yeah.
We didn't know. No one knew. It's fun.
Fuck.
It's like if I set up a gambling organization, or even overseas, then somehow I funnel that money back into my country and they find out, I can get in big trouble for it. You just can't be involved. They could completely ban any involvement, even you just cannot be involved with Bitcoin, but that's gone. So probably why we haven't dropped as much as you'd expect.
Yeah, you had the cold card thing, and then like I think a week and a half ago, or a week ago, you had the BTC Pay server. There was a bug found in a BTC Pay server where I think somebody was able to drain Lightning
Yeah, okay.
nodes. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone really thoroughly trusted BTC Pay server anyway, but I mean, Lightning Network.
I did. I was running one for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because that scammer guy was telling everyone to run one as well. Pretty funny. Where I heard about it.
Dude, I got some stories to tell you, bro.
Oh, I can't wait, honestly. And I will talk to you. Well, I wanted to have a chat to you anyway. Yeah. I've got a few stories as well.
Yeah. Have people kind of gone after him in any type of way? Seriously?
I don't know. Like, I know he was reported, and I believe people might have started to try and track him down a bit, but I honestly have no idea. I just no idea at all, really. I mean, it never affected me, but yeah, I don't like red flags very much, so just stay clear of it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
It can go from sort of entertaining to mildly annoying to really quite destructive quickly. So I tend to, in my life,
bro.
I've learned that in my life now, not to play tit for tat or not to play with fire. If something's not right, just stay away from it. It's not right. It can get dangerous. So yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It
It
seems
didn't.
like it might be like a social engineering scheme of some sort, but I can't say for certain.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like he did seem to have other people that there was definitely, and yeah. I mean, I've had it affect me in my life before, so I'm still paying for those types of people. So those types of
Yeah.
people are not really the type of people I keep playing games with anymore. Like I remove myself from that. Yeah.
I can't believe like people like that exist, bro. Like doesn't seem like how does somebody have the time to just do that?
Yeah. Well, I've yeah. It's how partly why I'm in the issue I'm at the moment because someone did this shit to me.
And not
They put a lot
even
of
just
time.
the time, but like there was a lot of like clues and hints that yeah, maybe he was like who he said he was. I'm not sure if you saw any of those, but
Oh, heaps of them.
yeah. And like it seemed like extremely like I don't want to say extremely credible, but a lot of it seemed decently credible, and there was tons of things that said seemed decently credible, but
Yeah.
lots of
Well,
bad evidence isn't evidence,
some of it, often the best liars take something that is real and pepper it with lies. So maybe some parts of it were true, and yeah,
Yeah.
and then maybe some parts of it were him. Yeah, maybe he was very successful. Maybe he lost it, or maybe who knows? Maybe he has very large medical bills. Who knows? But he is dodgy as, and he's quite happy to lie about other people to make himself look good and all this stuff, and that completely cheats me off. So
Yeah.
yeah, I just no, I'm trying in my whole life to remove any people that aren't really good people and positive in my life altogether. It's something that's taken me a long time to learn, but um,
Yeah, it's pretty new to me.
yeah, well, I think I started learning it even in my 40s. I mean, even family and close people and stuff that aren't healthy for me, it just drains your whole life. And it can get to the point where it's like very detrimental to your life not to surround yourself by good people. It's better to have a few very good close friends than having all these people that are really just bad influences in your life. So yeah, someone like him, he doesn't have time to like, yeah, man, this is not. He's so far from someone that I want anything to do with. It's just
Trust me, bro, I got some stories.
yeah, yeah. No. I'm trying not to talk too much about stories, but we will definitely.
Same.
We could have a direct call now if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Give you
You can
a
call me.
Let me see.
Sure, I'll call you. That makes it easier.
Either way, yeah, give me a direct call. I'll take it.
don't know if anybody's watching silver, but the 15-minute candle is it's a dropping. I just lost 5-minute support here. We'll see if we're gonna hold above 64.5 or shoot down towards 64.3.
So here on a short-term basis, we'll need 578, 64,607, 64,634, and then 64,669 to kind of dig out of this ditch and get back to a more level playing field to save this little move. And then after, if we can climb back over 64,669, then we'll need to look for that closure over 64,7 and 8. But in a very short term time frame right now, it's important to climb back over at least 64,580.
What's good, Joe? I'll just start that deep dive in a couple of minutes here at 7. All right, give me a second. Let me go grab something to drink because I'm gonna need it, and then worry about. All right, I'm back. Bitcoin, sit still for us while we do this, okay? You had the star of the show title for a whole year now. So I was doing I've got my watch list already. It's no, I've already, it's no secret. Stable coins for the most part, what I'm watching right now. And when Visa named XLM and CC, right, they joined the list. And when the DTCC named XLM, it went higher up on the list. And so I was doing my due diligence on that. And I hadn't even realized what today was because it snuck up. But there was some pretty big changes today to the Stellar network. Up till now, it's been run by the foundation. They had the votes, right? The consensus or whatever. Hold on one second. All right, so now Stellar's making the change, right? They're moving the transaction consensus to independent corporations. So it's not going to be proof of stake. It's not going to be proof of work. They're calling it earned trust. So they've got 3 validators right now, tier 1 validators. MoneyGram is the biggest. So MoneyGram will actually be validating the Stellar network. Figure Mortgage, Range Security. Their target is 13 different validator organizations, is what they're calling them. So at that number, they can suffer like multiple failures without going down. It's not a partnership announcement. It's, in my opinion, bigger than that. It's the biggest remittance platform, regulated institution running the actual settlement infrastructure instead of the other way around. We'll get into the deep dive here in a second. Give me a minute to find this paper real quick. Again, remember when we watch, and this is just going to be the first of plenty of altcoin deep dives I'm going to do, especially when I get back from vacation. I'm going to dive deep into alts. But remember, the question that we're asking ourselves when we get into these projects are, is it undervalued? Is this project valued at what it should be valued at if A, B, C, and D are true, right? And then your job is to build that conviction or not, you know, and if you don't, you trade something else. But what we're looking at is value right now, right? It's not about coin count. You're looking at market cap, right? If this thing is at, you know, $300 million market cap and they have plans to do X, Y, and Z, is that undervalued as a company? All the coin count is the market cap divided by circulating supply. You have to start thinking in terms of market cap. You ever notice when anybody that's been around for a while talks about a coin and you ask how much is it, like nobody ever says, oh, 37 cents. Or when did you get in? Like I got in at 137 mil, it's at 340 now. Right? We tend to speak in terms of market cap more than anything because market cap is really what means something. The coin could have 7 zeros in front of it and be overvalued. Right? The price itself means nothing if you don't know what the market cap is in the circulating supply. Discord, you with me? All right, so I guess we should watch this first and then we'll get into, my bad for the flashbang, but this stupid page does not have any does not have any, what you call it, where's coin market cap? Bro, if that's what it takes, I'll start doing deep dives on purpose just to Jedi mind trick Bitcoin into doing something. I'll start making some shit up. What are you at right now? Market cap 5.3 bill. It's a big boy. $5.3 bill. Distributed asset values at 3.2 plus 78. The network is worth $5.3 billion, right? In the last 3 days, the network has processed $7.2 billion of stablecoin transactions, up 37%. Stablecoin holders are going up. So let me go to stablecoins real quick. So we've talked about our Binance, Ethereum, Solana, Tron, right? So these are all of our stables, but what I'm focusing on are the rails. Can't make any money off stable. If stable does its job, it's not going to move, right? So we got to go to the networks. Can I take these off? Oh, well, they're here. So remember, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Tron, right? By volume for the past 6 months, those have been the best, quote unquote, stablecoin rails, or at least the ones with the highest volume, I should say. Look at it now. Stellar is on Solana's ass. 247 mil to Solana's 254. And they're both ahead of the pack in a big way. Right? But when you look at the pile, it doesn't reflect that. That's the mismatch. Right? 7 billion in the last 30 days. Market cap's at 5. Asset value's at 3.2. But it's by far and away second place for top net flows. Right. In my opinion, even before the news from today, this network needs to be repriced. My opinion. Just my opinion, not financial advice. And by repriced, meaning the value of the network is the market cap. Right? The more valuable the network, the higher the market cap should be. Just imagine if you wanted to buy a company, right? To buy Stellar right now, it'll cost you 5-point-something billion. Our job is to figure out if we think that that's overvalued or undervalued. We'll look at the charts after we're done. We'll come look at XLM, BTC, XLM, ETH. But for now, let's dig into this real quick. Where is it edited? Yes, Sirski. All right, little intro first, and then we'll dig in deeper.
While retail...
Give me a second, Stacy. Chill out.
While retail traders chase speculative hype, the plumbing of the global financial settlement system is being quietly re-engineered. Most decentralized networks suffer from a contradiction. They claim to be distributed, but they often rely on their founding foundations to operate the core nodes that keep the ledger moving. This creates a mechanical vulnerability. If a regulator targets the founding entity, or if that single organization suffers a technical failure, the entire network can stall. Stellar has officially severed this umbilical cord, moving core transaction consensus into the hands of independent corporate giants. To transition from a crypto experiment to a trusted settlement engine for real-world assets, a network must first eliminate its reliance on a central founding foundation. To understand this shift, you have to look past standard assumptions about energy-intensive mining or token-weighted voting. Stellar uses a model called the Federated Byzantine Agreement, where consensus is built entirely on localized trust. Think of it like a secure room of 8 operators. In a quorum set, at least 6 must agree on a transaction before the ledger advances. Agreement spreads globally as these individual trust choices overlap, creating consensus without central authority. Earning a seat in this Tier 1 validator set requires meeting exceptionally strict mandates, a flawless operational history, high security geographic redundancy, and the trust of existing validators. This creates a cryptographic meritocracy. You cannot buy your way into the consensus set with capital. You have to earn it through consistent technical execution. 3 independent, highly regulated commercial enterprises have now joined this Tier 1 set. MoneyGram, a global remittance powerhouse, now operates nodes that directly secure the ledger used to settle their cash-to-digital bridges in over 200 countries. Secure Markets functions as the institutional DeFi engine, using Stellar to settle the entire lifecycle of complex, tokenized financial instruments natively on-chain. And Range Security acts as a sentinel, providing the specialized compliance that legacy institutions require before moving significant capital onto a public chain. By running their own validator nodes, these corporations have become sovereign guardians of the infrastructure their business models depend on. In the network's earlier days, the simultaneous failure of just 2 major validating organizations could have halted the entire ledger. By moving toward a milestone of 13 independent organizations, the network's fault tolerance doubles. At this level, the ledger can survive 4 independent failures simultaneously. If North American power grids fail and Asian subsea cables are cut, the network continues settling transactions uninterrupted. This distribution of power removes the single point of failure that typically triggers regulatory scrutiny, making it difficult for auditors to claim the network is under centralized control. To track this adoption, look past the price charts. Monitor block explorers for transaction success rates during high-volume periods to see if the new architecture is holding up. Watch the growth of tokenized real-world assets. If Figure and MoneyGram drive an acceleration in on-chain volume, it's a signal that the network is winning the settlement software war. As the legacy financial architecture fractures, capital will likely flow into the resilient, deeply compliant infrastructure that Stellar has just finished building.
Fam, while the retail crowd is out chasing meme coins and short-term hype, the actual plumbing of the global settlement system just got quietly re-engineered, and almost nobody caught it. We intercepted a massive architectural shift on the Stellar network, XLM. Mainstream media barely touched it, and the low-level analysts are treating it like a routine press release. That reading is a critical failure. What we're looking at is the first time a major decentralized payments ledger has successfully severed its umbilical cord from its founding foundation, handing the literal keys of transaction consensus over to independent global corporate giants. We don't do hype, we don't do marketing. We follow the raw data and the structural incentives, and once you map out this validator transition, the institutional playbook becomes crystal clear. Get your notebooks ready. This is the complete, expanded, unfiltered technical blueprint of what Stellar's new Tier 1 validator set actually represents, and why it matters far beyond one chain's price chart. Because if this playbook works here, every major payments network on Earth is watching to run it next. Here's the split, fam. The noise is retail capital chasing speculative hype and short-term distractions. The pile of meme coins, the quick flips, the dopamine trades that dominate timelines but produce nothing structural and leave nothing behind once the cycle turns. The signal is what's actually happening underneath. The global settlement plumbing is being quietly and systematically re-engineered in real time, node by node, mandate by mandate. A massive structural shift just occurred on the Stellar network, and both mainstream media and the low-level analysts missed it or misread it completely. What we're breaking down here is the unfiltered technical blueprint of the transition to independent corporate consensus, not another coin pump, an actual infrastructure handoff from a founding foundation to a slate of regulated global institutions. That distinction is the entire thesis of this audit. Historically, permissionless blockchain networks have suffered from a fundamental paradox. They claim to be decentralized, but their core consensus nodes are almost entirely run or subsidized by the founding foundation itself. On Stellar, that's meant the Stellar Development Foundation, the SDF. That model is a major regulatory and technical vulnerability, a centralized target for regulators, a single point of failure, and exactly the kind of structural weakness that keeps institutional capital on the sidelines no matter how good the technology is. That paradigm just died. Stellar officially integrated 3 entirely independent, non-SDF affiliated corporate entities directly into its Tier 1 validator set: MoneyGram, Figure Markets, and Range Security. For the first time in the network's history, independent, highly regulated commercial enterprises are running the infrastructure that secures and settles the ledger itself, not a simulation, not a marketing partnership. This opens the door for even bigger players, think the DTCC or major global custodian banks, to step in as validators next, exactly the kind of institutional snowball that turns a niche payments chain into core global infrastructure. Strip away everything you think you know about proof of stake or proof of work, fam. Stellar uses neither. It runs on the Stellar Consensus Protocol, built on a federated Byzantine agreement model. Consensus doesn't emerge from who has the most computing power or the deepest pockets. No raw computing power requirement, no financial threshold to dominate. It's built entirely on localized trust. Every node independently selects a group of other nodes it trusts, called a quorum set, and ledger-wide agreement emerges organically from the overlap of those trust choices across the planet. Picture 8 operators in a secure room. If the quorum rule requires at least 6 to agree before the ledger can state transition, that's the mechanic, scaled to a global network of trusted institutions. By integrating MoneyGram, Figure, and Range, the network dramatically expanded the geographic distribution of its quorum. A transaction settling between Europe, Southeast Asia, and South America now routes across highly reliable corporate nodes, cutting latency and boosting settlement efficiency. In this world, power isn't bought, it's earned through execution, fam. Tier 1 status can't be purchased with capital, token holdings, or raw node count, the way it can on chains, where enough cash buys your way in regardless of intent. Stellar blocks that vector entirely. A candidate needs an impeccable long-term track record and the voluntary trust of existing Tier 1 validators. 5 mandates. Deploy geographical redundancy, at least 3 full nodes in geographically dispersed, secure locations. Maintain extreme reliability,
So just a
minimum
little update now. We
99%
did,
uptime, backed by
climb
round-the-clock
back over
monitoring.
that,
Provide
64
open
by
auditing. Publish independently
level,
managed
and now
historical
we're trying
archives
to
so the
attack
public
that
can verify
zone
ledger
between
integrity.
64.8
Enforce cryptographic identity.
I'm playing something
SEP1
right now,
and
BJ.
SEP20 protocols.
They're listening to
binding
it on
physical
YouTube. It's
corporate
okay.
identity to on-chain public
hear that.
keys. Closing the anonymity gap regulators hate
how come I
most.
can't hear that?
And actively collaborate, coordinate
It's 'cause you're
directly
not
with the
on my
Tier 1
screen, probably.
community on every upgrade and security patch, so no single actor can unilaterally change how the ledger behaves. Admission into the Tier 1 quorum is entirely decentralized, fam. No central committee handing out golden tickets, no application fee that guarantees a seat. On other chains, deep pockets buy entry into the validator set, and if that money carries malicious intent, network integrity is compromised from day one. Stellar doesn't allow this. The existing Tier 1 organizations must independently review a candidate's operational history, jurisdictional diversity, and long-term strategic alignment before voluntarily adding them to their own local quorum sets. Trust has to be earned node by node, over years of demonstrated reliability, not bought in bulk with a single wire transfer. That's precisely the mechanism that let MoneyGram, Figure, and Range clear the bar, while countless better-funded but less proven entities couldn't. And it's the same mechanism that decides who joins them on the path to 13. MoneyGram, the remittance giant, now a sovereign guardian of the infrastructure. Not a crypto startup. A global payment powerhouse building on Stellar since 2021, powering MoneyGram Access, the bridge for physical cash into USDC, reaching over 60 million customers across 200 countries. By running a Tier 1 validator, MoneyGram moved from a passive user to an active guardian, directly securing the ledger that settles its own international remittances. Figure Markets, the institutional DeFi engine, handling native settlement. Architects of the YLDS stablecoin, using Stellar as a native settlement layer for tokenized financial instruments. When Franklin Templeton tokenizes a fund, they use Stellar mainly as a distribution pipeline via a consumer app. Figure is integrating Stellar as the actual transaction and settlement software itself, managing an asset's entire lifecycle natively on-chain, start to finish. Range Security, the compliance sentinel, acting as independent auditor. A specialized firm managing protocols across more than 200 blockchain networks, securing over $30 billion in monitored digital assets. With the U.S. Clarity Act still pending, a world-class independent security auditor validating the network's transactions is a masterstroke. It injects the compliance readiness legacy institutions require, and gives regulators a name they already trust sitting inside the consensus layer itself. This is the behavioral shift that matters most, fam. The integration of these three giants represents a fundamental change in institutional behavior, not just a technical upgrade buried in a changelog. Firms aren't just utilizing Stellar as a consumer pipeline anymore, a place to distribute a product and walk away once it ships, treating the chain as disposable plumbing. They're embedding themselves directly into the core infrastructure, actively securing the very settlement software that moves their own capital. MoneyGram isn't a passive rider on the rails it built its remittance business on anymore. It's now a sovereign guardian of them, with skin in the game at the protocol level, financially and operationally accountable for the ledger's uptime. That's the difference between renting infrastructure and owning a piece of the foundation underneath your entire business model. A signal every other major payments and capital markets player watching this is going to have to reckon with, because the first movers just claimed seats at a table that only gets harder to join over time. Before this upgrade, Stellar's consensus operated with a relatively low fault tolerance threshold. Under the legacy structure, if just two major validating organizations suffered simultaneous failures, whether from an internet blackout, a cyber attack, or infrastructure disruption, the entire ledger consensus would halt. The integration of MoneyGram, Figure, and Range is the first step toward a target of 13 independent Tier 1 organizations. Once the network hits that milestone, the mathematical fault tolerance doubles. The network survives 4 simultaneous independent organizational failures without interrupting consensus, dropping transactions, or stalling global payments. A regional power grid failure in North America, a subsea cable severance in Asia, and a server outage in Europe could all hit at once, and Stellar keeps settling in real time regardless. A resilience profile that starts to look less like a crypto network and more like the internet's own root DNS infrastructure. This addresses the ultimate hurdle for institutional adoption: FAM, regulatory legitimacy. When compliance officers audit a public blockchain, their primary objection is always the same: the existence of a single point of failure or centralized control. That objection is the stamp that gets everything denied before it even gets a hearing. But by running consensus through a publicly listed remittance giant, a regulated capital markets operator, and an independent security auditor, all geographically and operationally diverse, Stellar establishes a bulletproof compliance profile. It becomes practically impossible for a regulator to argue this network has a single point of failure or answers to one centralized founding entity. That's not a marketing claim in a pitch deck. That's a compliance profile engineered to survive an actual institutional audit, exactly the bar that determines whether real capital ever touches the chain at scale instead of running pilots that never graduate to production. So how do you actually play this macro upgrade, fam? In our school, we track real adoption, not speculative noise. Phase 1. Track the ledger, ignore the noise. Abandon the daily price charts entirely and focus on structural throughput instead. Monitor the live transaction and active address metrics on Stellar Expert. Watch for spikes in successful high-value settlements, and specifically look for a measurable decline in dropped transactions or fail rates during periods of extreme high-volume network stress. If the integration of these independent validators correlates with a decline in failed or dropped transactions during high-volume periods, the network's entire scaling thesis is actively proving itself. Not in a white paper, in the live data streaming off the ledger. The only kind of proof that matters when you're positioning capital around an infrastructure thesis instead of a narrative. Monitor the real-world asset catalysts, watching the distinct integration points where these corporate validators leverage their own security. First, track the tokenized asset volume. Compare Stellar's RWA growth against chains like Solana and Ethereum. Stellar's historical RWA growth has already outpaced almost the entire industry. If Figure's integration of the YLDS stablecoin drives accelerated RWA volume from here, the network is winning the settlement software war outright, not just the marketing war. Second, observe the sovereign on-ramp integrations. Watch the relationship between MoneyGram's cash-to-stablecoin gateways and major payment networks like MasterCard. As these legacy networks integrate credential verification systems, an active, independent corporate validator set on Stellar ensures institutional compliance filters read the ledger as secure and authenticated. Exactly the unlock that lets real institutional capital move onto the chain at scale, not just retail money passing through. The global financial architecture is fracturing, fam, and the systems that survive will be the ones that build unhackable, geographically diverse, and highly compliant infrastructure from the ground up. Stellar just proved that decentralization and institutional-grade compliance aren't opposites. They're the same architecture, built correctly, node by node, with power earned through execution instead of purchased with capital. 3 corporate giants down, 10 more to go before the network hits full fault-tolerant maturity at 13 independent Tier 1 organizations, and every step of that build-out is trackable, on-chain, in real time, if you know where to look. Secure your perimeter. Track the flow. Ignore the noise. Execute the blueprint. And good luck on your finals to all the 2026 Bear Market Cypher School alumni. Stacy signing out. Fam, while the retail crowd is out chasing me.
W Stacy. All right, so for me, you know my thesis. The second that Visa named them and didn't name XRP, it filled that slot for me. I'm always going to have an X coin. So the main question for me personally becomes when, right? Because just because I think that it's undervalued does not mean that I'm going to buy it before it's outperforming Bitcoin, at the least. Right? And ETH too. We'll talk about why in a second. Let me take a look at Bitcoin for a second, make sure it's behaving itself. Yeah, you'll be fine. I'll be done in a second. So if we look at the chart itself, I was looking for a move through these 2 vectors. This one's already almost taken. That last vector, my DCA zone is going to be anywhere underneath 12 cents, honestly. I would love to get it under 10. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think that this news is going to magically make XLM go. This isn't like run by X. This is not what this deep dive is about. I've got my list of coins that I'm watching. We did the deep dive on stablecoin rails, right? On why I believe that the early part of the market is going to favor them nicely. So I will be doing my due diligence on all of them. And as things pop up, right, and other projects pop up, then we'll be doing these deep dives. So less important than when this comes down, because I will bite, but when it comes to filling the bag entirely, I'm going to be paying attention to XLM BTC. It makes no sense at all. I don't care what the price is. I don't care if it goes up in USD value or whatever. But until we break out sustainably from at least this, right? Not interested. Now, I personally will take that XLM money and I will buy Bitcoin with it, right? And then in my files, I'll have, this is how much money was XLM money that went into Bitcoin. Now, while Bitcoin goes up, my XLM money is bubbling, right? When XLM breaks out against Bitcoin, that's when I pull my Bitcoin XLM money out and I buy my XLM. And even if I don't catch the bottom on Stellar, I still get more coins, right? Because I was in the faster vehicle. But to know if you're in the faster vehicle, you've got to look at your pairs. Right? For right now, there's no reason for me to hold XLM over Bitcoin. Right? But more important than that, because I do believe that Ethereum is in like a very unique position during this bull market to do something crazy. Just because of how suppressed it's been. I will be paying attention to this too. If ETH is outperforming XLM, right? XLM right now looks decent against ETH. But if it's bleeding against Ethereum, then I will hold Ethereum until it breaks. Right? Same thing that we just talked about with Bitcoin. Yeah, we've been looking at XLM since 2000. I mean, I can't even tell you. XLM was always my way to have exposure to XRP without having to hold it, without having to take the risk. But it's coming into its own now, and it's getting out from underneath XRP's shadow, that little sister, you know, XRP's little sister, that whole vibe, shaking that shit right off. And I mean, you're talking about the difference between a $62 billion market cap and a $5 billion market cap. You know, a lot more meat on the bone. But I'm not all legs in any basket, right? That's just one of my stable coin rail plays. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm going to open in the Discord a altcoin deep dive page, and all of the altcoins specific, the ones that are about one specific altcoin, or maybe even narratives, I'll drop them in there. So over time, we'll collect them and they won't get lost in the mix and all that good stuff. All right, Biddy. All right, so you did come down. The only reason we didn't have the flag drawn is because you hadn't come down far enough. But we have now. Let's see what they got. You look for a point retest, which is what we're doing right now. When you look at symmetricals, when you talk about invalidations, you know how W's have that invalidation at the type 2. Well, symmetricals invalidation is at the point retest. Right? Very common to have a point retest and a continuation, but if you close above, close and open above, then that is invalidated. Nah, I appreciate it. I hope that these deep dives just end up being a starting point for your own research. Even if you don't even if you don't end up investing, it's just something so you're not starting from scratch, or at least you have an idea of what it is that I see in it. And I'll cover, I'm going to be covering coins that I don't plan on holding as well. The thing is that, like, you can't hold everything. If this is going to be your first bull market, don't fall into that trap, because I fell into that trap before. It's like all these good projects, and you're like, I'm going to get this, and I'm going to get that, and I'm going to get that. And before you know it, you've got 30 altcoins. They don't all go at one time. It's hard to manage in real time. If Bitcoin takes a $10,000 dip, you got 30 coins you need to TP on or make decisions on. It becomes impossible unless you're experienced. So what I personally like to do is pick, obviously, Bitcoin, and then 1 to 2 narratives, right? A strong narrative and a strong speculative narrative. And sometimes that narrative will change. And then I sort of focus on the 1 and the 2 in that narrative. And then a dark horse, right? So the 1 and 2, the leaders, and then a low cap in that narrative that has potential, right? So 1 and 2 make up for the low cap if it doesn't do well. If it does, boom, icing on the cake, right? That's where, like, the bigger sort of gains come from. But try to pick a narrative that you understand, or try to understand the narrative you pick, right? Whatever comes first, the chicken or the egg. Make sure somebody wants to buy it. Like, my main thing is, until we get evidence that retail's back, The only buyers I'm focusing on are institutions because they're the only ones that we know for sure are going to come back. We know what they're allowed to buy and what they're not allowed to buy, right? We know what's a hard sell for them to go to the board and be like, hey, been really looking at this Siren coin. Let's put $5 billion into Siren. Like that dude's probably getting fired that day. One of my biggest running thesis on why Ethereum is going to do well. I'll go into Ethereum in a second once we figure out what's happening here. But one of the reasons that Ethereum will do well is because institutions and the people that run them and the people that propose these type of deals are scared to lose their jobs. There's a saying in the industry, nobody's ever lost their job for saying, let's go on Ethereum. It's like the safe choice. It's the established, secure, might be a little expensive, but the type of money that they're talking about, that doesn't really matter. You're getting cheaper every bull market. But your boss doesn't look at you crazy when you suggest Ethereum. You know, it's not like you're going in there talking about, heard Pump.Fund has a new L1. Maybe we should give them a shot. Like that's the shit that we're, you know, the same way we look at market maker and we're like, okay, this is a corporate entity. They're going to make corporate decisions based off cost to earnings ratios and shit like that. It's the same for this, right? Institutions and institutional traders are going to make decisions based off of what doesn't get them fired when they go to the boardroom. They're gonna get posted on this channel. I'm organizing the scheduler while I'm on vacation. I'm gonna have Jarvis start posting some of the deep dives. I'm gonna start in reverse order. So I'm gonna start with the newest ones and then we're gonna run back. And then once they get past a certain date, I'm just gonna put like Cypher School deep dive flashback. Right. And it'll just be something that acts as a funnel to bring people to the channel. And I've got shorts made for each deep dive. So the shorts, since we don't have any shorts at all right now, the shorts will help too. I just got to get Claude set up to handle all that. Yeah, my bad, guys. When I'm playing something on the when I'm playing the deep dives, you have to click on my stream to be able to hear it. When you click on my stream, you can hear my PC audio. There's no way to play it like loud to everybody unless we're in. That's why we go to the auditorium to do the class, because in the auditorium I can just make everybody listen. But in this room, you've got to be in my actual channel. That's why I put out the. That's why I try to put out the messages. You're welcome, yo. What's the problem, cousin? Is it the same problem over and over, or are you just like learning as you go, so you don't know what you don't know until it happens? Yeah, I mean, that was a really decent SR flip. It came right down into prior support. I mean, prior resistance. Very clean. Now what, huh? We invalidated, right? So you see how we opened and closed above that point retest? So we've invalidated that symmetrical. Measured move from this would be substantial if it plays out. It would take you up into your value area high, the last one. This is your main range value area high. Can't cheat and take the wick. Gotta take it up to the flag top. Right into those $450 million in liquidations that we were watching all day. Coming for that manyan. Decent amount of liquidity, even though it's for, I mean, liquidations, even though it's a bit further, but that support resistance held pretty strong. Still got a decent gap to get over. Are you kidding me? I've been epically wrong in the past. Bro, I was the same one that went in with my boy when Xbox Series X came out for Xbox branded ping pong balls because I saw a video of the ping pong ball hovering above the Xbox Series X. And I thought it was real. Well, he thought it was real and he talked me into the shit. Put it this way, he probably still has like boxes of that shit in his garage. Anybody needs Xbox ping pong balls, let me know. I could probably work something out. Nah, bro. It's impossible to not be wrong. If you're never wrong, ever wrong, then you're just an insider or some shit, you know? At some point, it's just math. You keep spamming, they're going to get you. You're good, bro. No worries. I know, I figured about how it sounded. There's a translator, so you can just type, like, it's translating for me right there what you said. You don't have to worry about it. Before we used to make everybody sort of, well, if I'm not here, then it's a good idea that we keep it to English only. Because the thing is that YouTube has AI now that's moderating shit. And if somebody comes in here speaking a language that nobody knows, they could be saying all types of wild shit. Now, if only you could translate what I just said to you, then that would be cool. It's not easy. It's not easy in the beginning. You know what? I need to see what I can do about getting the course translated. It shouldn't be hard, bro. To get literally have the whole course spit out in different languages. I mean, the videos, that might be a different story. I'll have to look at it, but might be something to think about going forward. I don't think it's everybody. Every once in a while, somebody's like, what the hell is that? So I think it's still sort of hit or miss. It's all good, cousin. Just know that everybody in this room has been through those days. My advice is don't trade when you feel like that, because it doesn't get better. It tends to get worse. You have to join the Discord. Of course, is in the Discord. We just finished. I'm trying to figure out if we're gonna stop the founders round. But I don't know if we're gonna do it before I leave on vacation or after I get back.
So am I still sending the limited time?
Yeah, I'll let you guys know when I'll let you know. That's why I have to try to figure it out. I might stretch it out. AI hates me. My agent thinks I'm an absolute moron. It's like, don't get me wrong. I understand the founders thing. That's absolutely amazing. You're building a community and that's your core base. Da da da. But why are you still letting people in? I hear you, bro. I hear you. It's a human thing. Just chill. I got it. You wouldn't understand. Silly bots. I leave on Friday, so maybe I'm just not trying to crowd my schedule. Not have to redo the pricing and WAP. And thanks to all the people that left testimonials. If you still want it, it's still there. All the people that DM me with what they would have paid part, that's helped a lot when it came to sort of deciding price and stuff like that. Still got to iron it out. I'm going to figure out what's right, what makes sense. And what's functional, and then we'll go from there.
It sounds stressful.
That's exactly why I'm trying not to deal with it before vacation. I'm like, you know what? I think I might, let's do a little grace period. It'll be the first thing I deal with when I get back, you know?
But if you deal with it before vacation, you can actually relax on
Oh,
vacation.
listen, I promise you, on this vacation, I'll be thinking about, that'll be the last thing I'm thinking about. I'm good at leaving stuff like that. I can compartmentalize. But yeah, I feel you. I know what you mean. Having stuff that's pending. But nah, I already like, I'll be honest with you that as soon as we turned off class that day, as soon as we stopped live streaming, I went on vacation mode in my mind, and my brain's already on vacation.
Well, you deserve it. There's another influencer who's always like, I'm here every day. Nobody else is here every day.
Mm.
He's like on for an hour.
All right,
Hour
Neve,
every
I'll do
day.
that. I'll pin it to the top. I'll pin it to the top of campus. Or I guess no, I guess I can move it to, hold on. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, we'll put it like on top of Cypher. Yeah, we'll make it the first one. That's fine. It meant a lot to read some of those too. All of them, really.
I think that why you can be on for hours per day, you know, every day is because it's also your hangout.
Yeah,
You know?
if I didn't, that's why I always said that, like, I try hard to keep this place chill because I want to be here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't ever want it to get to the point where I sit down and I'm like, you know? And
Right. And
groups can get like that if you're not careful. And it's not
unfortunately,
about like me. You know me, I can deal with a lot. But it's if shit doesn't mesh with the group, bro. If somebody's throwing the vibe off and this person gets triggered all the time, this person's on and they won't stop going at like that type of shit is counterproductive.
I think all the mods are much more comfortable just, you know, taking care of it right away. At first, it was like, well, you know, people need their free speech or whatever. But this place is just too cool to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're like super strict, but just don't, you know.
Don't be a jerk.
Yeah, like if you find yourself growling, like you might be a little too invested and you just need to step away or something, or you've been drinking too much, or you know, if you're
Well, we had
triggered.
those. Remember those people who came in? There was like 3 or 4 of them, and when they were together, it was awful. But when they were,
It's
even when they
people
were
that come
separate, they
from
just
other
thought it was,
groups. People that come
they
from
thought it
other
was
groups
fun.
and they want to take, yeah, they try to like take over.
Yeah. Oh, this place is a cool hangout.
Yeah. When we
Even
go
if we weren't on
sub-based, it's gonna help with that a lot too. I've done a lot of thinking about that. Because when we go sub-based, because it'll slow down the pace, right? But it'll 1000% cut out anybody that just wants to bullshit. Like we know for sure that the people we get are here because they're like investing in their education and they're, you know, they're gonna at least be somewhat serious. Not for nothing, but we're a goofy ass bunch. Like I'm trying to make it sound like we're some sort of serious ass. Anybody that's been here for a while knows it's not like that. But you just don't let it get nasty. It's respect. That's all it is, though.
Right.
It literally is just respect.
That's why I like the not swearing. I mean, people can do their, like abbreviated stuff or whatever, but it just adds a bit of class, which, I mean, class isn't cool or whatever, but it draws in more people. If it's just, if everybody got online swearing all the time, it's all you hear. It just, I don't know.
Especially in an emotionally charged room,
Especially.
So yeah, it's good to, and listen, if you guys understood how absolutely gut-wrenching difficult it is for me to not swear on my normal every day-to-day life, like this is not me. Like you guys get 1000% the best side of me. So it's not easy. I have to catch myself just like everybody else does. But it keeps more people away than it attracts. And it just makes you sound like, you're not making a good argument if you're swearing. If you get to the point where you're swearing, you've lost the argument already. If I'm arguing with you and I've got you cussing at me, I won. That's always how I've looked at it.
Well, I can attest to the fact that if there was a lot of cursing on here, I would not be here. I
See?
just can't deal with that.
Yeah.
So just for what it's worth.
It's unnecessary. And
Do you
there's people from all over the world, different religions, different cultures, different. The
Right.
Cypher
And
is
some have their
global.
kids in the room.
Mhm.
They want to be able to have it on with their kids in the room.
I mean, not that we have to be kid friendly by any means, but like I said, it's a respect. It's just a respect thing. And that's what I think we do a good job at.
So do you swear like occasionally, Coke Max, or are you?
Nope. Don't any.
No.
I got plenty of other words I can use.
I
So
do
it just,
occasionally.
I feel like
when
she
it's
could
too
probably
much.
cut you pretty deep without crossing the
trust
line.
me. Yeah.
I don't
I
think
can
I've
get
ever
really creative.
She'll make you wish you cussed. Like, damn, you could have just cussed me out instead of reading me to filth like you just did.
My mom used to say, "What the fat?" she would get upset that you knew she was mad if she said that.
My boy had
What the
kids,
fat?
and
I
What
when
the
am
fat?
so
FAT.
I'm so stealing that one.
Yeah.
my
What the
Never
fat?
heard that.
friend of mine had kids, and he was really bad. So he says, "What the fructose?" And now the little kid runs around saying fructose for everything. When he bumps, it's like fructose.
It's funny.
It has the same sort of. It feels similar. The thing about that word is that sometimes it's the only word, and it's not about conveying a thought. It's an emotion, right? You're turning an emotion into a word and you're getting it out of your head. But yeah, there's other
But it can
ways.
apply to a lot of different emotions too.
Oh yeah, it's interchangeable. It's amazing.
I think it's funny. Like the crypto brought us together. If it wasn't for it, none of us would be in this room. But
Yeah.
take the crypto away for a week, we'd still all be hanging out. I think I would be hanging out.
Yeah, I'd be hanging out trying to figure
Absolutely.
out what the hell happened. Where the hell did crypto go?
I see what
A week?
it's hypothetical.
No, I'm just playing.
I know.
But yeah, crypto disappears. I mean, I don't know if this turns into either way, there's always going to be something to trade. I'm not going anywhere. I'm always going to be trying to buy something low and sell it for more than I bought it for. So we'll
Do
figure
that
it
in
out.
physical world. That's my whole business.
You really want your brain to melt? We can all go trade Forex.
Oh, no, that's okay.
So guys, I did that on the Trading View challenge or the Trading View paper trading contest.
Mm-hmm.
and I came in the top like 8%. And
Nice.
I've never traded Forex before. I was so excited.
You know what it is?
That's
A
awesome.
lot of Forex traders, they're in really quick. Like they take really, really quick gains. So you probably took a little bit more of a coming from crypto, you probably maximized your gains on your trades, I
Yeah,
would imagine.
I
Yeah.
did. I was pretty selective. And because I had never traded Forex before, I was using that as kind of a learning experience. And
The mechanics
but
are similar. It's the research that's super, like, the research is just more intensive.
yeah,
But the charts are
agree.
always the
You have
charts,
to
you
be
know?
up on it every day, just knowing the ins and outs or what you're right. It is a little bit more intense because there's so many nuances.
Just following mold spore patterns, checking to see if it's an El Nino year so that the wind doesn't blow the mold spores from the valley over the wheat farm that you're
Yep.
trading. You're trading wheat futures on. Like, it's bad. For somebody like me that always goes too deep, it's just absolute. I mean, now honestly, with AI, it's probably a lot easier, way easier. But before, the amount of research that it took. That's why, have you noticed people that trade Forex, they tend to only trade like one pair. Like, oh, you trade Forex, what do you trade? Japanese yen, dollar pair. That's it. You know? Or some sort of commodity.
Well, it's kind of similar to just trading Bitcoin because you get to know the
Hmm.
flow and the patterns and how it moves.
Yeah. I didn't like it because it felt like a job. It always felt like a job over there. This is fun. Always some weird
Yeah.
shit that happens. You know what I mean? Like something to break up the monotony.
Well, I think part of that feeling might be because it is kind of intense. And not that crypto isn't, but that seems like it's more intense.
Yeah, it's a heavier cognitive load, and there's like no
Yeah.
breakup. There's like no dopamine reward. I mean, you
Mm-mm.
win the trade, but who gets dopamine from trades anymore? Those receptors have been burnt out.
So, Coco, I never did get to go fishing this summer because of my surgery and stuff. So, but every time we were talking about it would be a great day to go on the lake, I would think about you wanting to go fishing.
That sounds so relaxing right now.
Oh my gosh, it
I don't
is.
even want to
I
catch
love to
anything.
go
I just want to
fishing.
sit there. Just sit there and stare off into space. That sounds great.
It is. And you can even trade on the lake if you have good service. I didn't have any good service, so it was difficult.
BJ, just caught a little bit of what you said. It was cutting out really bad, but I heard you talking about fishing and relaxing. The last 2 fishing expeditions we went on here, the last 2 months in a row, I guess it has been. Took a weekend out, went on a guide. First one we caught 175. Second one was like a little over 100. My wrist
Wow,
still hurts. There was no
I bet.
relaxing. There was no nothing. It was nuts. I
Wow,
have pictures to prove it to you. It was so fun. Some of the funnest times I've ever had fishing. Yep. Got it for my
sounds
birthday
exciting.
present and then was a Mother's Day present. Oh, it was. It was
my sister and my son, all three of us killed it. It was fun.
Way to go.
But I could do a relaxed fishing right now.
Yep.
I think everybody, I mean, I know some of you have already taken vacations and stuff, but and I'm not saying take your eyes off the chart, but you're going to have to take some time before this ramps back up. Because this has been stressful.
It has.
And you're about to go into like, well, you know, BJ, it doesn't get fun for a while. So the stress doesn't stop, but you want to be sort of fresh and ready to go.
You do. And truthfully, I think it was 2 days ago, I needed a pep talk to myself because I was just feeling burned out. And it's good to step away, at least go outside and get a different view, do something.
Yeah. For the first time in 4 years, last week I started feeling it. That last week of class,
I bet, yeah.
I started feeling it.
So we're taking a little ride down underneath 64.6 almost here, so
We can adjust this flag a little bit.
Those red looks up top are me. Odds him and leaves him.
To bring in all the extremes.
So the daily open just just passed. It's 8:04 here on the East Coast.
Yeah, we've got trades settling for the next couple minutes. Super chat. I mean, they're looking good, right? But I never like to judge whether we're going up on if there's liquidations above. And the reason I say it is because at the top, when it does top, there will be liquidations above and they won't get hit. Right? At the top of every relief rally, we've left plenty of liquidations above. So I don't like to judge it on that. There is a decent amount of liquidations in one order. And the benefit of that is if you have a whale that wants to sell off above 65, this is a perfect pool of liquidity for him to sell into without creating any slippage for himself. But we'll see. You don't want to prejudge these things. Either we get the volume to go up or we don't. You know what I mean? Right now, we've rejected off the 2 value area highs. The only one we have left is the macro one at 654. Big SR there. Some liquidations, not enough for the entire move. Right, so if that's the plan, that would have to build out. We shall see. Let's make that dotted until it breaks.
Is he protecting it?
There is, let's see if it's piled up any since then. It's this bunch up here. 655, 455. No, actually, it's a bit thinner. It's a bit thinner. There's only like 1,500 Bitcoin there. But then if you add those, you're looking at like 25. This wall was this big, right? This is when we were popping up and I was saying this is being sold into, right? That liquidity squeeze put us into these liquidations, which gave people with way more money than I have the ability to dump off without creating massive candles. Right? The size of that candle, had they not sold into these standing orders, then the size of that candle would have probably engulfed the whole vector. And that person would have got the average exit somewhere in the middle. right? So that's the sort of slippage that you avoid by dumping off into large orders. Now, whether that person's done or not, or there's somebody else, right, is what we have to see. But for that, we have to wait to see if we get some volume in. We'll see what Asia has in store, right? They're about to come in. We're in the pre-session.
So far, it looks like an attempt to recover above 64,669, but it's tentative at the moment. And like you said, that 64.4 area is, is kind of waiting.
Yeah. This SR was decent. I mean, it held really cleanly off of that support resistance, but
It did.
we'll see if it holds.
And then a couple hours ago, we did bounce off of that low area there at 64.5. I think it came as low on this exchange to about 64.530-ish. So that was pretty nice.